Berdasarkan Keputusan Menteri Pendidikan Nasional Nomor 180-0-2005 tanggal 22 Desember tahun 2005, pengalihan penyelenggaraan dari RSPAU Dr. Esnawan Antariksa kepada Yayasan Adi Upaya atau YASAUP dilaksanakan berdasarkan Surat Keputusan Kasau Nomor SKF.
Dari mana nih? Enggak, suaranya. Tes 1, cek 1. 1 cek 1 cek 1 tes 1 tes 1 cek 1 cek 1 2 3. Oke, thank you.
Garing 397/11/2006. Akper RSP TNI Angkatan Udara berdasarkan Surat Keputusan Lanpatekes setelah melaksanakan akreditasi dengan peringkat B guna menjamin mutu penyelenggaraan yang berkesinambungan. Meningkatnya kebutuhan masyarakat dan pelayanan yang bermutu dan perkembangan teknologi kesehatan di tatanan pelayanan kesehatan, serta dibutuhkannya sumber daya manusia yang profesional, khususnya lulusan perawat, agar dapat bersaing di pasar kerja global. Untuk itu, berbagai peningkatan program studi selalu diupayakan dan dilaksanakan Akper RSP TNI AU, seperti melakukan peninjauan kurikulum, meningkatkan kompetensi dosen baik kuantitas maupun kualitas, menambah dan mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana pembelajaran, membangun jejaring dengan berbagai pihak, baik pemerintah maupun lembaga swasta, guna terwujudnya peningkatan penyelenggaraan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat atau Tridharma Pendidikan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Selamat datang di Akademi Keperawatan RSP TNI AU. Akademi Keperawatan RSP TNI AU atau dipanggil Akper RSP TNI AU merupakan salah satu dari 6 perguruan tinggi swasta di bawah binaan YASAUP yang pembinanya adalah Kepala Staf Angkatan Udara. Akper RSP TNI AU mempunyai visi menjadikan perawat profesional di bidang keperawatan serta unggul dalam melaksanakan asuhan keperawatan, kesehatan penerbangan, dan pengungsian medik udara. Adapun keunggulan dan ciri khas daripada Akper RSP TNI AU adalah kesehatan penerbangan dan pengungsian medik udara, baik dalam masa normal maupun bencana. Untuk mewujudkan keunggulan tersebut, kami kerjasama dengan Lembaga Kesehatan Penerbangan Ruang Angkasa atau LAKESRA dan Himpunan Perawat Udara Indonesia atau HIPRUD.
Kekuatan yang dimiliki oleh Akper RSP TNI AU saat ini adalah antara lain berada dalam naungan Yayasan Adi Upaya, memiliki dosen berpendidikan minimal S2 atau spesialis sesuai rasio dosen yang ditetapkan Standar Nasional Pendidikan Tinggi, memiliki rumah sakit sendiri, dan bekerja sama dengan lahan praktek lain untuk melaksanakan kegiatan praktek mahasiswa selama proses pendidikan. Akper RSP TNI AU telah menghasilkan lulusan sesuai kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan, khususnya di Rumah Sakit TNI Angkatan Udara sendiri, yaitu sebagai perawat profesional yang unggul dalam melaksanakan asuhan keperawatan kesehatan penerbangan dan pengungsian medik udara.
Mari bergabung dengan Akper RSP TNI AU.
Keperawatan mantap Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya.
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 Keperawatan mantap Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya. Keperawatan mantap Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya. Keperawatan mantap RSPTNU.
Kami menyadari sepenuhnya bahwa dunia sudah berubah, Indonesia pun sudah berubah, dan oleh karenanya UKI pun harus berubah. Untuk itu kita mempersiapkan diri untuk menjadi universitas berskala internasional. Transformasi sudah dilakukan, perbaikan-perbaikan pun juga sudah dilakukan. Sekarang UKI dengan dukungan teknologi tinggi menjadi satu universitas yang unggul khususnya di bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi, yaitu pembelajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Saya berkeyakinan dan mengimani bahwa UKI menjadi UKI yang hebat. UKI hebat!
Selamat datang di Keperawatan Ukrida, Global Nurses with Compassionate Care. Begitulah slogan dari Keperawatan Ukrida, yang artinya, Keperawatan Ukrida siap untuk mengisi kebutuhan akan tenaga perawat dan memiliki karakter sebagai penolong atau malaikat untuk para pasien. Jadi, Keperawatan Ukrida cocok nih buat kalian yang berjiwa sosial tinggi. Didukung dengan fasilitas yang lengkap, selain
menyadari sepenuhnya bahwa dunia sudah berubah, Indonesia pun sudah berubah, dan oleh karenanya UKI pun harus berubah. Untuk itu kita mempersiapkan diri untuk menjadi universitas berskala internasional. Transformasi sudah dilakukan, perbaikan-perbaikan pun juga sudah dilakukan. Sekarang UKI dengan dukungan teknologi tinggi menjadi suatu universitas yang unggul khususnya di bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi, yaitu pembelajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Saya berkeyakinan dan mengimani bahwa UKI menjadi UKI yang hebat. UKI hebat!
Cek, cek. Cek, cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the fourth Virtual International Nursing Webinar and Conference, Nursing Innovation in Pandemic COVID-19 Era. International Nursing Webinar and Conference is a collaboration of 7 nursing diploma academy in Jakarta, Indonesia, namely Akbar Harum, Stikes Abdi Nusantara, Prodi D3 Keperawatan Fakultas Vokasi Universitas Indonesia, Jakarta, Akbar Fatmawati, Akbar Bina Insan, UKRIDA, Akbar RSP TNI AU. First of all, let us say thanks to God Almighty who has given us this occasion to hold the Virtual International Nursing Webinar and Conference. I feel honored to be your master of ceremony in the conference today. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Diah Ayu Agustin, MKep SP Kepan. I will lead this conference in English. Before we continue with our agenda, we are going to show you list of the rules of our conference today. 1. After joining Zoom meeting, please switch off your microphone and switch on your camera during the presentation. The host and the co-host will have complete control over the audio or speaker. 2. Please write your ID using your full name and not the name of your device. 3. If you have any question, you may ask your question live to our speaker or using Zoom chat room or YouTube. And don't forget to also write down your name along with your institution name. 4. The certificate will be given to those who have already filled the registration link. If you cannot join in the Zoom application, please see in live streaming YouTube. The link address is https://youtube.com/tz33bikm. 6. We hope all participants to be able to take part in the webinar and conference until it's finished and without any disturbance. In this moment, I would like to welcome the distinguished guests, participants, presenters, and also distinguished speakers. 1. Nurse Tita Widya Eskep, DCN, Certif IV, TAE, PhD from Australia. 2. Nurse Arcelia Farosah Putri, MSc, PhD, IFHIA, from the HIPGABI, Indonesia. 3. Dr. Jana Manzdona Boado, MAN, PhD, from Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines. 4. Syed Ali Gurabjam, MSN, PhD, from MNR University, Telangana, India. 5. Aisok Geok, MSN, PhD, Malaysia, from AIMS University, Malaysia. 6. Head Cooperation Relation of Indonesian National Nurse Association, Dr. Masfuri, SKPMN. 7. Dr. Daniswaraka Harjono, SH, MH, MBA, Rektor of Universitas Kristen Indonesia. 8. Mr. Maximus Bisa, SSTFT, SKM, MPhis, Dean of Vocational Faculty, University Kristen Indonesia. Mrs. Silvana Evelinda, SKP, MKep, General Chief of Educational Nursing Vocation Institution of Indonesian Association, IVIKI, as well as Director of Nursing Academy of Bina Insan. Nurse Lita Eskep, MKep, Director of Nursing Mayor in Vocational Faculty of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Jakarta. NSDWS Warsedewi, MKep, SPKep, MB, Director of Nursing Academy of Fatmawati. Nurse Ikin Tasikin Eskep, SPD, MM, Director of Nursing Academy of RSP TNI AU. Dr. Wani Devita Gunardi, SPMKK, Rektor of Universitas Kristen Krida Wacana. Lia Idealistiana, SKM SST Mars, Director of Nursing Academy of Stikes Abdi Nusantara. Nurse Melona Ferawati, Zendrato, MKep, Director of Nursing Academy of Ukrida. Rusmawati Sitorus, SPD, SKep, ME, Director of Nursing Academy of Harum. Ladies and gentlemen, please give appreciation to all of us and especially to our speakers today. Thank you. As we are about to begin, please kindly switch off your microphone on Zoom to avoid interruption. Now, before we start the main agenda, we will listen to the national anthem Indonesia Raya and followed by March PPNI.
Perawat Nasional Indonesia, wujud ikatan profesi perawatan, tempat membina dan mengembangkan kemampuan diri dalam membuktikan keberadaannya. Menapaklah dengan keyakinan lebih pasti, sejajar dalam abdikan diri, bangkit berdiri dan langkahkan kakimu itu, menatap hari esok penuh asa. Wahai Indonesia bangkitlah dan majulah untuk menolong sekalian yang menderita. Kuatkanlah pribadimu, tingkatkan pengetahuan untuk memberikan asuhan keperawatan. Kita melangkah untuk mengisi pembangunan bangsa negara Indonesia, untuk menghantarkan bangsa menuju sehat semua dengan semangat jiwa Pancasila. Maju perawat, majulah dalam kancah pembangunan, tunjukkanlah pada sekalian orang. Jadilah perawat model kesehatan bangsa kita, jadilah teladan dalam hidup sehat. Bangkitlah perawat seluruh Indonesia dalam mengemban citra profesi, menjunjung tinggi kode etik keperawatan, laksanakan panggilan tugas mulia, tercapai derajat kesehatan seoptimal mungkin bagi warga negara Indonesia. Sebagai bukti kiprahnya mahkota putih suci dalam mendukung pembangunan kesehatan. Dengan organisasi PPNI yang kokoh, padu bersatu serta selaras, perawat Indonesia akan mampu angkat citranya di mata insan dunia.
To all audience, please be seated and thank you. Next session is welcoming speech and report from Chairman of International Webinar and Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nurse DWS Warsudewi M.Kep SP.Kep MB. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To the Honorable Chairman of the Central Indonesian National Nurses Association, DPP PPNI, Mr. Dr. Hari Fadilah, right now represented by Mr. Dr. Maspuri, Magister of Nursing, as Head of Corporation, Relation of Indonesian National Nurses Association. Speakers from Australia, India, Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, welcome. And audience, all audience, welcome on this international webinar. First, let us praise and thank to the Almighty God for His grace and blessing so we can attend in this international webinar about innovation in nurses for COVID-19 era in healthy condition. Distinguished attendees, on this occasion, allow me to submit the report on this international webinar activity from Jakarta as follows. Background of this seminar is motivated by two reasons. First is implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding between several Indonesian institutions with AIMS University Malaysia. Second, we want to strengthen the relationship between institutions from Indonesia and institutions from Philippines, India, and Australia. In this situation, COVID-19 impacted the world in ways it pushes us to think differently and to change the way we do things. As institution of health education, we are expected to produce graduates who can bring innovation into the field. Nurses are on the front line of patient care in the hospital. This has always been true, and even more so during pandemic. It has become more important now for nurses to be able to adapt and innovate, not only to take care of this patient, but also to take care of themselves at work. Therefore, we are 7 following institutions including Akademi Keperawatan, Fatmawati, Bina Insan, Ruspau, UKI, Swakarsa, Harum, and Abdi Nusantara are committed to share knowledge on innovation in healthcare and health education. With help from expert speakers from Australia, India, Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, we hope the outcome of this seminar for us to be able to better prepare our nurses as they work at the front line of healthcare. Objective of this webinar, we view objective in this seminar as follows. 1, to ensure that current and future nurses have a good understanding of a patient safety and healthcare personnel safety in the COVID-19 era. Second, to increase the overall quality of healthcare services that our nurses provided in hospital. Date and time, this is one-day seminar that is held on 7 April 2021, and it is streamed live in Zoom. Agenda. The following are speakers and their respective material on this seminar. First, from Indonesia, Nurse Arcelia, Horacia Putri, MSc, PhD, EFHEA, will talk about trials in emergency department during COVID-19 Indonesia. From Australia, Nurse Tita K. DSN, IVT State, will talk about innovation in geriatric nursing care in COVID-19 era. From India, Professor Dr. Sedali Gulab Jain will talk about preparation clinical practice for nursing students in the emergency unit. From the Philippines, Dr. Yana Marsano Baido, PhD, will talk about evaluation in the event of disaster for the community during the COVID-19. From Malaysia, Dr. Oi Shao Goyok will talk about learning and teaching strategies in the COVID-19 era. Participants on this webinar currently enrolled nursing students and recent graduates from participating nursing school, lecture, and invited guests. This concludes my report. I hope you will enjoy the seminar and find it useful. Let's do our best to be the healthcare heroes that we all need right now. And then I would like to request Mr. Dr. Mashpuri, as the head corporation relation National Nurses Association, to open in this international webinar. Thank you very much and follow in this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you to Nurse Dewi The next welcoming speech will come from the Head Corporation Relation of Indonesian National Nurse Association, and as well as opening webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, please call welcoming Dr. Masfuri, SKP, MN.
Thank you. Good early morning in India, Philippines, Malaysia, and good morning Indonesia. In this occasion, as the representative of the Indonesian National Nurses Association, will give a special greeting for the Honorable Counselor, Head of School and Directors, Director of Akper RST TNI AU, Director Head of Stikes Abdi Nusantara, Director of Akper Fatmawati, the Counselor of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, the Director of Akper Bina Insan, the Counselor of Universitas Kristen Krida Wacana, and the last but not least is the Director of Akper Harum. And moreover, the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Arcelia Ferosi, from the Emergency Disaster Nurses Association Indonesia, Nastita, Dr. Jana Mansano from Philippines, Professor Syed Ali Gulam from India, and Dr. Au Sakyok from Malaysia. Honorable guest, speaker, counselor, student, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For the first, we are deeply sorry to announce about the passing of 285 of the nurses dead due to the COVID-19. Nurses, the real hero of humanity in the battle of COVID-19. Words fall short of expressing my sorrow for our loss. The peak of number rise in very high during November and December 2020. 90 nurses dead during that 2 months. Now the curve become decline and hope will be end forever soon. As the family nurse grieve, Indonesian National Nurses Association, a government and NGO have the honoring the nurses by giving scholarship to the children and other necessary support for them. The first virtual international nursing webinar and conference is an effective media for sharing, learning, and uniting nurses from around the world. So this is a good first step in the right direction to forge synergy between all of us for one goal we want to achieve and pandemic COVID-19 as soon as possible. We all experience an unprecedented situation with the global COVID-19 pandemic. A virus not visible to the naked eyes has put the world on pause. But nurses is a healthcare heroes. It's just like a rush hour for nurses, not a pause like a word. Yes, rush long hour for nurses. However, it's just a very short to make people understand the importance of nurses for healthcare services. Now, everybody knowing and experiencing the nice, the warm, and the clever of nurses for them, and the good experience too, and they have experiences and share to the media. Many people said the person who saved a life is a hero. A person who saved 100 alive is obviously a nurse. Now everybody can see it clearly. Member of the Alliance of the Committee, the first virtual international nursing webinar and conference. Honorable guest, speaker, college student, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting Indonesian National Nurses Association, the house of all Indonesian nurses here today on the International Nursing Conference, meeting virtually but actual sharing and learning together. TPNI or INA thank the committee and its members for their passionate commitment to the right to health, to educate students, to expose them with international atmosphere, with a high experience and an academic title, to share their vision, thinking, and experience to enforce the youngest to behave in more provision of patient-centered, family-centered, and evidence-based intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are global citizens. We are a global citizen in the world that has changed dramatically since the start of this century, where Millennium Development Goal and no change to Sustainable Development Goal have been run and now hit by pandemic COVID-19. This situation make a dramatic change, reveal the consequences of living in the world of radically increased interdependence. National affairs are interviewed as never before are the international system that govern economies, financial, market, business, and trade. Ladies and, ladies and gentlemen, the nursing profession can transform the way health services are organized and how healthcare is delivered. You know where the health of this world need you to run, and you fully competent to move in this direction. Therefore, enjoy your conference. I hope you will return to your workplace and campuses with new knowledge and enhance your practice. Now, representing the National Nurses Association, officially the first virtual international nursing conference is open. Thank you. Time back to the master ceremony.
Let's have a moment of silence before we start the webinar conference. To Mayor Purnawirawan Sarjianto, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please bow the head for a moment? Pray to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so this webinar and conference to be previous to all of us. I will deliver this prayer based on Islam. So those who are not Muslim, pray according to your beliefs. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yang bagi lil jalali wasika karim wa asimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbi ghfir lana wa li walidaina warhamhum kama rabbayana shaghara. Wa lil jamil muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya minhum wal anwat. Innaka samiun qaribun mujibun da'wat wa ya taqdiyal hajat. Bismillah rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Billahi tauhid wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mayor Purnawirawan Sarjianto. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the main agenda. We are going to have our webinar session 1. Kindly invite our moderator today, Nurse Sestramita Eskep. To Nurse Sestramita Eskep, I hand over this agenda to you.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. My name is Sestramita, and today I would like to be your moderator for first session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? The presentation is about to begin. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace, mercy, blessing of Allah be upon us. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Dr. Masuri, SKP MNS, Head Cooperation Relation of Indonesian Nation Nurses Association, Director of Nursing Colleges in Jakarta, Bu Dewi as a Head Committee, and our beloved students and distinguished guests. Then honorable, wonderful speakers for this first session, Nurse Arcelia Farosha Putri, MSc, PhD, FAH from Indonesia, Nurse Tita K. Widya, SKP, DZN, Certified IV, TAA, PhD from Australia, Dr. Jana Manzano Boado, MAN, PhD from Philippines. It's an honor for me to lead this first session with wonderful speakers. Ladies and gentlemen and our wonderful students, before we start presentations, please, to avoid any disturbance, mute your Zoom applications and please keep on your camera. And first of all, before I would like to inform you that this prestigious seminar is, like mentioned from the head committee, is about the innovation in nursing for COVID-19 area that is very in now, held by cooperation committee from 7 colleges in Jakarta. And currently a few students already in the Zoom. Please, if I mention where you are from, please raise your hands. You can see in the below part of the Zoom, there is applications, raise your hand. If I mention your colleges, please raise your hand. And the rest of the students or audience, please give them with a big clap. There is in the application. Please, can we try? Can we try? Can you look the applications, the clap and the raise hand? Okay, thank you. Mentioned already. student from Upper Bina Insan, Jakarta, please raise your hand, and the rest of the students from the other colleges, give them with the big clap. Okay, thank you from the Bina Insan. And the next is from Universitas Kristen Krida Wacana. Please raise your hand, and the rest of our students and the guests, give them with a big clap. Thank you for your attendance. And there is student from Upper Academy Keperawatan RSP TNI AU. Please raise your hand. And Universitas Kristen Indonesia Jakarta, please raise your hand. And the rest, you can put word your raise hand. And Upper Fatmawati Jakarta, please raise your hand. Thank you for your time. Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Abdi Nusantara, please raise your hand. And Akademi Keperawatan Harum Jakarta. Thank you, our wonderful students, to be a part from this condition, but we still motivate to sharing and getting from the expertise. And this occasion, we show outstanding presentation from our prominent presenter, whom I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the theme of this webinar international. And I would like to lead this session, the first session. We will start at 9 sharp and will be the end at 10:30 because we start a little bit late. So each presenter, the 3 presenters will be present for 20 minutes. Is it Nurse Arcelia already in?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Nurse Tita already inside of the Zoom, please. Can I check? Nurse Tita. Hello, Nurse Tita. Hello, Nurse Tita. Is it around?
Yes, I'm here. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam. Have a nice you in this morning. What time now in Australia?
It's 11:59. So in the next 1 minute, we need sharp. Mashallah.
Okay. You will stay tuned for a while, yeah, waiting because you will be the second presenter. Would you mind to wait?
That's fine, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. And the third is Dr. Jana Manzano Guado. Are you around, doctor?
Here.
Are you there inside the Zoom already?
Hello. Yes.
Hello. Hello. Very good morning, doctor. How I call you? Dr. Buado?
Professor Buado, ma'am.
Professor Buado. Okay, thank you very much. You will be the third presenter. Would you mind to wait for the third session? Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, we will like to start for the first presenter. The first presenter is, I would like to call upon Nurse Arcelia Forosyah Putri, MSc PhD FFEHA from Indonesia. She is currently based, please the IT, would you mind to share the CV? IT, please. Wait for what? The IT, would you mind to present the Nurse Atelia CV. While they are present, I would like to inform you our first presenter is Nurse Arcelia for Chapter 3, MSc, PhD, AF, EHH, A, Indonesia. She's currently, based on the CV, she's a tutor of nursing faculty at University of Edinburgh, Scotland, UK. And area of her expertise is emergency and disaster care. Her education background is in 2008. She attained for Bachelor of Nursing from University of Gajah Mada, Indonesia, and then finished for nurses for the nurse in the same faculty in 2009, and then proceed for the master program in 2013 in the taking for MSc Advanced Nursing Program from University of Edinburgh, Scotland, United Kingdom. And proceed once more time in 2021 for doctoral of philosophy for the PhD Emergency Nursing University in the same faculty of Scotland, United Kingdom. It's very wonderful. Cannot say anymore because it's very energetic, I think. And she actively contribute in the international training and conference in UK. And I can see also in the international journal publication and books. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter. She will deliver a presentation entitled Rethinking COVID-19 Triage Practice in Emergency Unit, like her expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Arcelia, and time is yours. Time is about 20 minutes. Hello? Time is about 20 minutes presentation, Dr. Arcelia. Hello?
Hello. Finally, thank you. Could you hear all right my voice? Yes, okay, thank you. Could someone enable me to share my screen, please? I'm not sure what happened with Zoom here. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Perfect. Mrs. Sestramita, could you confirm that could you look at my screen, okay? Or is it not clear? Is it clear enough? Is it my screen okay? I'm not sure. Fine, okay, clear. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So, okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sestramita. So, the Honorable Dr. Masfuri, as the head of Department of International Relations of Indonesia's National Nurses Associations, the Honorable Director and Chancellors of Nursing Academics, good morning to the distinguished invited speaker and to all participants of today's conference. I would like to extend my gratitude to Mrs. Dewi and the conference committee for inviting the Indonesian's Emergency and Disaster Nurses Associations to share about our policies around triage in the emergency department during COVID-19. So the moderator, Mrs. Sestramita, has generously introduced me before. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of things here. So one of my research interests, which is realist review and evaluations, perhaps there are some participants of today's seminar that may be interested in this particular research methodology and want to have further discussions or collaboration in the future. This will be great. So this is my email address. So please, if you're interested in realist review or evaluations, would be great if you could contact me and then we could have further discussions. Right. Okay. So my presentations today aims to share policy and practice around triage process in Indonesian emergency departments during COVID-19. And I will cover Mrs. Sestramita, if my voice is not clear or my screen suddenly disappear, please could you let me know because I couldn't check the chat. Thank you very much.
Okay, but currently everything is fine. Your presentation, your voice is very clear.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Thank you.
Right. So I will try to cover this 6 point here in my presentations. So if we could look at this screen, if we could focus on the upper right corner of the screen here, the total number of COVID-19 cases in Indonesia as per 5th April. So where is my cursor? Oh, here. Okay, so the number of confirmed, recovered, and death cases increases with a total of around 1.5 million for confirmed cases, and then 1.3 or 1.4 million for recovered cases, and 41,000 for death cases, which spread across 34 provinces, which include 510 cities in Indonesia. So this is the current situation of vaccines in Indonesia. So the current population of Indonesia is around 275 million people as per Tuesday, 6 April, based on World Meta elaborations of the latest United Nations data. So the total target for vaccinations set by Indonesian government is around 181 million. So it is approximately 65% of the total populations. So this is the total target of the first stage of vaccinations, around 40 million people, which consisted of 1.5 million health workers, 17 million public workers, 21 million geriatric. As per yesterday, from the total target of 1.5 million health workers, if you could see the green color here, 1.5 million health workers, 80% and 88% of them have received the first and second vaccinations. So this is considered as a quite satisfying number. On the contrary, the number of public workers and geriatric that have been vaccinated is still considered low. If we could focus on the blue color here, so from the total target of 17 million public workers, 33% and 15% of the have received the first and second vaccinations, and from the total target of 22 million geriatric, only 8% receive the first vaccinations and only 2% receive the second vaccinations. So this is Indonesian's Emergency and Disaster Nurses Associations, or IEDNA, is one of nurses professional bodies under Indonesian's National Nurses Associations bodies that are responsible for maintaining and advancing emergency and disaster nurses knowledge and skill. So in May 2020, we have constructed a guideline for emergency nursing services during COVID-19. This guideline is in line with national regulations and available evidence. And we have already sent this guideline to Indonesian National Nurses Association, INA, to be compiled with other guidelines from different nurses professional organizations. Unfortunately, the guidelines are only available in Bahasa. So I put the link to download the guideline for free, but I'm afraid maybe this is only relevant for Indonesians because all of the guideline was written in Bahasa. So in the next slide, I would like to share our recommendations related to triage in emergency departments during COVID-19, how we use available evidence-based practice to inform policies and discuss some challenges in its implementation in practice, as well as present strategies to overcome the challenges within the context of Indonesian emergency departments. So currently, available evidence around triage in the emergency departments during COVID-19 is mostly opinion in a form of letter to editor, commentary, literature review, or guideline, or a consensus of expert opinions. Original research is still limited. For instance, in quantitative study, there is no trial or experiment research found, so only descriptive design, which is understandable since there are many circumstances that make an experiment research is considered unnecessary to be done in this case, such as under time-sensitive response. So the next question is it still possible to implement evidence-based practice under limited and low quality of evidence? And the answers to that questions is yes, because every policy and practice should be constructed based on evidence. However, what should be highlighted here is the implementation of evidence-based needs to consider not only the quality of evidence, but also the strength of recommendations. One of the factors that needs to be included when deciding the strength of recommendations is patient or clinical and organizational outcome. This could be included benefits, risk, available resources, facility, and costs. So, which means that recommendations supported by a low quality of evidence, for example, expert opinions, doesn't always mean that the recommendations is weak, because there are many important clinical questions solved without experiments or clinical trial. From all of available evidence around triage in emergency departments during COVID-19, there are three consensus processes, including two-step triage, split flow, and zoning. So this is a consensus processes of triage in emergency departments during COVID-19. I will break down these three processes in the following slides. Right, okay, so step one, pre-triage or screening. So some literature address step one as pre-triage, while other name this step one as screening. So there are four important aims of screening. The first one is to separate suspected COVID-19 patients with non-COVID-19. And then the second one, to minimize the spread of virus to other patients, visitors, and healthcare professionals. And then the third, to prevent the spread of virus to the main hospital. And then the fourth one is to make sure appropriate personal protective equipment use. The screening process includes assessment of three components. The first one is epidemiology, such as high-risk job, for instance, healthcare professionals, and workers stay in congregate setting, like construction workers. And then the second component is history. For instance, history travel from COVID-19 endemic area or history of contact with confirmed or suspected case of COVID-19. The third one is clinical manifestations like fever, cough, anosmia. In Indonesia, we recommend yes or no questions in the screening process. So this includes symptoms and epidemiology component that similar with recommended evidence that I've already mentioned before. So the symptoms may include fever or history of fever, cough, rhinorrhea, diarrhea. PCR swab test result is positive, or a rapid test result is reactive. For epidemiology, history of contact 14 days before showing symptoms, contact with suspected or confirmed COVID-19, work or visit healthcare facility that care for COVID-19 patients, or travel to a country or area with COVID-19 cases. So if there is a minimum of one symptoms and or one epidemiology, then a patient is categorized as a suspected case of COVID-19 or a confirmed case if COVID-19 if PCR test result is positive. Then these patients will be directed to the COVID-19 PD. Right, okay. Move on to step 2, triage. So the aim of this stage is to further categorize patients based on their level of severity and infections and distribute necessary resources within the emergency departments. In regular or non-COVID ED, usually use regular triage process. while in COVID ED, either use regular triage process or modify. So there are many different approaches used for triage. For instance, Korean triage acuity scale, adapted pandemic influenza triage algorithm, Taiwan triage acuity scale, and emergency severity index triage algorithm in COVID-19 patients. So there is no one triage use. So there's a lot of approaches used for triage. So this is an illustration of the two-step triage process that we Indonesian Emergency and Disaster Nurses Association recommend. So the screening process, the step 1 screening or pre-triage process is expected to be performed before a patient enters the ED. So we recommend using a screening test, for instance. So if the patient has no symptom or epidemiology, then they will be directed to regular or non-COVID ED. If any suspicion is noted, then they will be put in the COVID ED. The triage process is continuing to the step 2, triage, both in non-COVID and COVID ED using either daily triage 2 or modified. This really depends on the policy in each emergency department. In the COVID ED, we focus on this point now. Patients are grouped based on their level of severity and level of infection. So the categorizations will affect patient zoning system and appropriate personal protective equipment use. So for the split flow, right, okay, so this diagram was taken from Levi et al. 2020. So the split flow, this one. So the split flow can be done by either separating the area designated for non-COVID and COVID patients, or separating the building, not only area, but also the building. The choice of this strategy highly depends on available facility and human resources of the hospital. As for the zoning system, if we could look at this, in the COVID ED, we focus on this point now. So in Levy, COVID ED are called biological ED. So in COVID ED, Levi separated patients as follows. So if the patients have positive epidemiology but negative symptoms, then they will be put in the green zone, okay? If the patient have positive symptoms with or without epidemiology, and they can walk, then they will be put in the yellow zone, okay?
I'm sorry, Dr. Razlia.
Yes?
Time is another 5 minutes to go.
Okay, right,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
No
Please
worries.
proceed.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, thank you. So, but it's only lying, then it will be put in the red zone. Okay. It is worth noting that Levi included assessment of patient level of severity and infections, okay, in the triage process. So Levi also divided the red zone into 3 compartments, A, B, and C. From Levi's study, these three processes were successfully isolated 143 patients that turned out to be COVID-19 positive cases out of 145 cases. It means 98.5%. So only 2 positive cases accidentally entered regular ED. However, since Levi's study was a descriptive quantitative study, confounding factors that may affect the outcome was not controlled. However, the result is still promising since this is one of the best available evidence for triage process during COVID-19. Indonesia also used this, we recommend these three processes in emergency departments. So this is the challenges in Indonesia. So I believe that maybe these challenges also faced by emergency departments from other countries. So limited facility and equipment, as well as human resources, because split flow zoning approach should consider facility and human resources factor, overwork and overcrowding due to obstructions. So I took these two Indonesian nurses' story from online news, which I found interesting. So the two nurses work at a different emergency department. As we can see here, their story looked quite contradictory. So the first story reflected a cut-off from the employment. Meanwhile, the second story represented a staff shortage. Although these two cases were not statistically significant, but qualitatively, such a phenomena are valuable input for policy and or practice innovations. If we can find explanation of how this phenomena happen, why and under what circumstances, we may come up with innovative solutions to address their problems. So it should be highlighted that Indonesian nurses use 8-hour working shift, unlike in United Kingdom, they use 12-hour working shift. So during COVID-19, these nurses work same working shift. However, there are some adjustment of days off. 2 weeks working days with 5-day rest periods, while others use 1 month working day with a week rest. This arrangement depends on emergency department resources and working flow. The next strategy is the shift schedule is made flexible. And there is this internal mobilizations of nursing workforce from other unbusy ward of the hospital to the emergency department to overcome shortage. So this is where innovative thinking plays important roles. Right, okay, so the slide reflect how impactful the COVID situation altering emergency nurses' well-being. If we could focus on nurse 4 here. The nurse 4 say, I have been dreaming all night about the triage. This is really, maybe I couldn't imagine how stressful a triage process for nurse 4 until the object of triage appeared continuously in nurses 4 dream. This is really bad. Right, this show the role of hospital manager, right? Okay, how powerful the role of hospital manager in maintaining emergency nurses' well-being. We can see here that how worried emergency nurses must be. They express their concern using strong words, such as being blamed, punished for their triage error and cross-infections. On the other hand, nurse 8 here give a simple support from hospital manager to ED nurse can bring comfort and warm feeling to them. Right, conclusions. So evidence-based practice around triage in emergency department during COVID-19 is still limited. During pandemic, besides the level of severity, triage in the ED, this is important, should also include triaging level of infections. And then effective triage can minimize the transmission of COVID-19 virus. Conclusion for nurses' role. Since COVID-19 is evolved rapidly, emergency department service need to be able to adapt. So nurses' role in the ED during pandemic, nurses as the filter and safety net to minimize virus transmissions, which require sufficient knowledge and skill. And then the second, nurses' role as a researcher in clinical epidemiology. So nurses need to be able to collect and translate evidence as well as related data to inform practice and policy. And then a nurses' role as an advocate. So nurses should be able to advocate necessary change. This is really important. I mean, regardless of how many data we collect and how innovative we are in proposing solutions, if we cannot advocate necessary change, then the outcome would be less impactful. Lastly, so this is my last slide. I'm sure we all know nursing now, but for those who don't know, Nursing Now is a joint movement to raise the profile of nursing globally. So I would like to think this slide as a take-home message from my presentations. So with or without COVID-19, a change of a profession is inevitable, including nursing professions. Nurses should have the ability to advocate these changes based on data, interests, needs, etc. So there is this one session presented by Billy Rosa about advocacy in nursing now, which made me reflect a lot on this topic. In his presentations, he shared his years of experience in advocacy and highly recommend that one of the powerful ways to advocate is by using data and stories, which often leave memorable impressions inside the listener's mind. So data for the brain, stories for the heart. Provide statistical data to convince people who love numbers and give real-life stories to touch their heart, both to guarantee the successful of an advocacy. So the recorded session of this advocacy session is available through this link. Right. Thank you. Go back to you, Mrs. Nita.
Thank you. Very wonderful speech, and I think we can get a lot of things from your sharing, Ms. Azalia. And please wait for a while, Dr. Azalia, because question and answer session after another 1 hour after this.
Sure.
And I would like to call upon again for our second presenter, Nurse Tita K. Widya SKP. Nurse Tita. Hello, Nurse Tita. Would you mind to respond, Nurse Tita? Hello, Nurse Tita, are you around? Nurse Tita. And meanwhile, we are there in presentation. There are present already Nurse Tita CV. I would like to call upon and inform you about Nurse Tita Kuntani Widya SKP DZN Certified IVTE. She is a nurse practitioner in Australia, and you know that she is actually she's Indonesian, but she's working at the pediatric high care ward in Centenary Hospital for Women and Children in Canberra Hospital. Her education background is in 2015, she attained her postgraduate diploma of acute pediatric nursing from Australia, and in 2005, she attended graduate from bridging program from International Employee Charles Darwin University and graduate from Faculty of Nursing of Indonesia for undergraduate degree. Okay, and for our third presenter is Professor Dr. Jana Munzano Buado, MIN PhD from Philippines, and she's currently she's currently if I'm not mistaken, doctor, please, she's a clinical coordinator, level 5 nursing, and assistant professor 2 in Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University South La Union campus, and she's also in the College of Community Health and Health Allied Medical Science, Nursing and Midwifery Program, EGO La Union, Philippines. And her education in 2019, she attended her doctoral philosophy in nursing science, PhD in NS, from St. Paul University, Philippines. 2011, attended her Master of Art in Nursing, major in Medical and Surgical Nursing, from Union Christian College, San Fernando City, La Union, Philippines. In 2008, she attended her Bachelor of Science in Nursing at St. Louis University, Baguio City, Philippines. And for our second presenter, Can I check again? Nurse Gita?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Would you mind to present for 20 minutes?
Okay, inshallah.
Your will be delivered entitled Innovation in Geriatric Nursing Care, Nursing and Pediatric COVID-19. Is it based on your case in Australia?
Inshallah, we'll have a look. What we are doing, yes.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My respected colleagues, Indonesian nurses and nursing scholars, the speakers from Indonesia, Philippines, India, and Malaysia. My pleasure to be here with you to share what's happening in geriatric care in Australia. Here in Australia, we are using the term of elderly care or aged care. It's more common. It's not a geriatric. It's not common in Australia. So elderly and aged care is more frequent to be used rather than geriatric care. Firstly, I would like to say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen that Allah Almighty, God gives us opportunity for us to be here in this great event. And second is my gratitude, my respect, my salam for Nurse DWS, DWS Suarsa Dewi, Ibu Dewi, MKUP SPKMB as the chairman of the committee that surprisingly invited me to talk just on Saturday night while I was doing my evening shift to be here to speak as an Australian nurse practitioner. Alhamdulillah, I was feeling very nervous about this event, but Alhamdulillah, it's all happening. But I hope my tiny knowledge and experience will benefiting you all from here, my experience from Australia. My greetings and my gratitude to Dr. Masfuri from PPNI, my friend, colleague, respected speakers from Indonesia, Nurse Arcelia from the Philippines, Malaysia and India. And thank you for all the seminars committee for your great job to make this event happen. The head of or the directors of Academy of Nursing Fatmawati, Bina Insan, RSP, TNI AU, Ukrida, Vocation UKI, Stickers Abdi Nusantara, and all of the audiences, nursing students and learners that give their time to be present in here. First as well, I wanted to let you know that I haven't held PhD yet, right? Hopefully in the future, yes, because from the beginning, from the master ceremony, and the moderator give me PhD on the back of my name, but not yet there. Inshallah, will be there. Inshallah, in the future. Okay. I'm a bit lazy to do study, but it's not because of lazy, but probably because of the.
This is appreciation actually. We are thinking about the
Anna, it's an Anna, but inshallah will be there.
And would you like to start your presentation, Ms. Tita?
Okay.
We cannot wait for that.
All right. Okay. So as you know, I predominantly working as a pediatric nurse. My experience and education and background is in pediatric. I was working in 2 government hospitals here in Australia, first in Darwin, Northern Territory, and now I'm in Australian Capital Territory, Canberra. So I'm in a capital city. Canberra is the capital city of Australia, not Sydney and not Melbourne. Okay, but before I work in pediatric, before I started to work as a registered nurse in Australia, I was working as a carer in residential elderly care in Darwin, Northern Territory. And I also, while I'm doing a pediatric nursing, I do some casual nursing job as a registered nurse, yes, in some residential elderly care around Darwin. So I know I have a background experience in aged care, in elderly care in Darwin, and as well because of I'm Australian Capital Territory health staff employee, so I'm working at the government hospital, so I'm aware of what's happening in the Australian health system. But I'm here not presenting, not as a presenter from the ACT government. I'm here for myself by my experience and my research in the Australian government intranet. All right. The speech that I will be delivered, and the knowledge that I've got, it's based on the knowledge and as well from the Australian government website, especially Australian Department of Health, ACT Health.
Do you want to present by your own?
Oh, no. No. I would like the operator to present it for me, please.
The operator present the slide presentation, please. IT, please. Ms. Tita, slide presentation, would you mind to present it? Okay, take your time.
All right, thank you. I'll just exceed, yeah? Yeah, so this is from Department of Health, Australian Department of Health, from the Australian Capital and Australian Capital Territory Health, Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, Goodwin Retirement Living, and I did some interviews from some of my colleagues and my friends who are working at the residential aged care facility as a registered nurse, as a carer, and as an administration staff. Firstly, why I choose Goodwin as an example of the residential care, because Goodwin is my neighbor.
Sorry, Ms. Tita. IT, please slide on. Next for the slide.
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. It's not there yet. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So in this second slide, I will show you a real video what our residential care. In here, my neighbor just across the road, Goodwin, how they are dealing with the pandemic. Because I'm a neighbor of them, so sometimes I have a chat with the residents in the elderly care in there in my and have some together. Okay, please, the operator, we can show the slide. Live in time of Corona from Goodwin Monash, the place where I live, near to them.
Oh dear. Anyway,
Okay.
while he's doing that, how are you going?
Good.
No, that's good that you're still cooking. That's great.
But we're very fortunate to be here. We've been 10 years on the 16th of this month.
Really?
And we haven't taken a smile off our face.
Oh, people
We'll
seem to be happy here.
come out the other end eventually. By the way, I attract the ladies. See my plans.
Oh, you're very good, Brian. You haven't lost your touch at all.
Yoga and the
Oh, excellent.
what's the other one? Weights.
Weights,
Got
yeah.
weights.
You're doing your
all
weights?
that.
Yeah. Oh, terrific. You don't mind, yeah. We want to check on you, make sure you're okay. Not just physically, mentally as well, to make sure
Well, that's the most
I'm so
important thing,
pleased.
isn't it, really?
Yeah, that you're still doing your exercises and that. That's really good. Yeah, oh, very good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Well, so you know what the positive is? You get to see me more often.
I've got the bangers mash and peas or a spaghetti bolognese in the fridge as well. Okay, so 1 pot roast and 1 green chicken. Can we have 2 pot roast, please, Lauren? On its way, Peter.
Okay, thank you very much for playing the video for me. You might be surprised that they are not using masks, aren't they? Yeah? Yes, they don't need to use their mask. Yeah, unless if the staff or the resident, unless they are sick or showing signs and symptoms of a COVID symptoms such as sore throat, fatigue, runny nose, muscle pain, joint pain, diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting, or if they are not recently traveling from overseas on the cruise ship or specific affected areas that shows that's always updated. The affected areas is always updated in the local government health facility screening tools. So they don't need to use PPE, both of the resident as well as the carer in here, especially in Canberra. It's different in Melbourne and Sydney. Sometimes they said that the residents have to put the mask on. Sometimes they're not. It depends on if the case is raising or if they can contain the case. All right, let's see numbers. The people who likes to have numbers, I provide you numbers in slide 3. I remember what Nurse Arcel said. Give numbers for people who likes to have to see the numbers, and give us stories for people who like stories. So I give you stories in the beginning and I give you numbers now. This is the highlights of Australian age 65 years and older. Over 1 in 7 or 15% of Australian population, or 3.7 million in 2016, it's they're in the elderly age, or 65 years and older, which is expected to grow in 2056 by 22%, or 8.7 million. 3 in 10 of Australian age 65 years and older, they are born overseas. And then in 2014-2015, it's found that 93%, yes?
Sorry, Ms. Tita, your time is another 10 minutes, sorry.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
So, all right, this is the highlight. As you can see, you can wonder how Australian government is giving privilege to the older people, not only because they are responsible of the standard of the living of elderly, but also the elders in Australia, most of them, they are rich. Most of them, they own their house, and as well as they have their superannuation, that is the pensioner payment in Indonesian term. The government investing their money for elderly because they're so fragile, tend to have a chronic disease condition that highly costs for the government. I was working as a chronic disease coordinator at Winanga Aboriginal Health and Community Services So I really know how the GP practice or general practitioner doing their referral for these elders to get their benefit from the government to get funded for their living costs. The elderly that don't have superannuation still be supported by the government to get their funding and support for their health to achieve their good standard of living, even though the process to get is not easy. Most of the elders in Australia are well prepared for their elderly stage because they are rich, they have their superannuation, but most of them already invest their superannuation to get a place in the comfortable and established elderly living complex, such as Goodwin. I don't know in Indonesia nowadays, but when I was there as a student and practiced in the elderly care or Panti Werda, it was terrible because most of them they're based on government, which have a very less funding. But in here, it's a very different. Like Goodwin, the elderly care in here, they're a non-profit organization. They're managing the elderly living care. Most of these...
Miss Tita, would you mind to inform, because the IT one is present, would you mind to inform them which slide, the next slide?
Okay, I will. Yeah, I will. Yeah. It's I'm not there yet, but I will be there in slide number 4. All right, so
number 4.
Yeah, all right. This slide number 4. That's fine. All right. This home care. Okay, this is the types of elderly care available in Australia. There is home care, which the elderly being cared at home in their home. There are home care packages available, either from the government or from the private sector, which provide this: domestic assistance, personal care, social support, and transport. Then, okay, these home care packages is provided for elderly who live in their own home to get funding or support from the government if they don't have enough money to provide themselves. They need to contact their general practitioner. General practitioner is a family doctor to do assessment and fill out the form so they can get funding from National Disability Insurance Scheme or NDIS. From there they will get assessed by the case management and support to decide how many hours that they can access for their support. Why hours? Because Australia, when we pay a worker or support worker, we pay them by hours. So residential care and dementia care in here, in the below the home care, is the same as Panti Werda in Indonesia. I hope the term of Panti Werda is not changing, because that was the term when I was studying and doing my practice there in 2004. Okay, and then
Again, sorry, Miss Vita, another 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
Another 5 minutes. Okay.
Another 5 minutes. Sorry, you can.
All right. So next slide, please. So this is the demographic COVID-19 case in Australian aged care facilities. As we see, this is a very new one. It's access national snapshot. 1st of April 2021. The death in residential aged care is 678. But there's no active cases at the moment, which is very, very good. Okay, we can go to slide number 5, probably. We fast forward. All right. So the Australian government give each one of the facility of elderly care facility the management, outbreak management planning in elderly care, which is included the outbreak and management planning, infection prevention and control. In the second point here, the infection and prevention control, it's including the screening, where all of the people who come into the facility they have a screening tools that they have to access through the app, or they can fill a form that they are free from COVID-19. There is a management of planning of human resources as well. While if there is an outbreak in the elderly care, they have to think about the staffing. And then the communication. If they have a management of plan, but there is no good communication, it will be nothing, isn't it? All right, we can go to next slide, probably. Then we go to innovation in residential aged care during pandemic COVID-19. All right, so they said in here, COVID-19 is make the elderly more in care at home rather than in facility. Some of people there, they take their parents to home, to their place, and care them at home. As well, it's not easy to get access to the clinic, because we don't want people be crowded in the clinic. So they have more. If there is assessment, they do the telehealth. Then another innovation is communication about visitor restriction. So in some part of Australia, like in New South Wales and Victoria, where there was an outbreak in their residential aged care, they restrict visitor to come in. Even the family of the elderly, they cannot come to the facility. That's why the elderly facility, they are doing, when they are doing face-to-face visiting, when there is no restriction anymore, they do the screening the visitor, they ensure the hygiene measure, cough etiquette, PPE, which is provided by the government. They create window of love where some visitor cannot visit face to face, but they have a part or a room or a building which have a big window, while the visitor is outside the window and the elderly care still inside the building, which reduce contact for the elderly. Then they do as well the visiting in open space. We are very grateful, grateful in Australia. It's different with Philippines, India, and Malaysia, because in Australia we have so plenty open space that we are make us easier to do distancing each other. So we are very, very privileged to have this space. Then they do have a booking system visitor, so there's not a lot of visitor in one time. Then in the facility, elderly facility, they encourage the contact through the phone, email, letters, and parcels. Even my son, who are studying in primary school, usually in group of the school, they come to elderly facility, but because of the pandemic, they don't do a visiting anymore, but they do still have sending letters in between the kids, the school student, primary school student, with their friends, elderly friends. So they're sending letters. It's very cute. And sending parcels as well, gift, and that's stuff. Then the innovation is a technology-based communication option, like having a lot of iPads in for the residents. Then they are doing a live stream concert, musical instrument, online lesson, online participation in religious service, and virtual trivia games. Okay, so is there any more slide for me? Probably slide 8. This is a COVID-19 vaccine national rollout strategy. We are a bit behind. Australia is a bit behind with Indonesia. Indonesia is so fast forward to the vaccination. We just do we just commencing our vaccination for phase 1A is 22nd of February 2021. And now it's reaching to phase 1B. Phase 1A is provided for a quarantine and border workers. Then residential aged care and disability care facility staff, and the staff, the health staff who are dealing with like emergency department staff and the staff who high risk of having a patient with COVID-19. Then for the phase 1B, the people who are eligible for the vaccination, they are elderly people aged 70 and over, healthcare workers currently employed and not included in phase 1A, household contacts of quarantine and border workers, critical and high-risk workers who are currently employed, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people aged 55 years and over, and adults with an underlying medical condition or significant disability. Australian is relying on the website and a very good communication from the government through Facebook, through everything that's social media to make it easier to spread to communicate, to spread the news. So everything, if Australian wanted to check the eligibility for the vaccination, they just go to government health website, then they can do their own details and check their own eligibility, and they can find where the place that they can find the vaccination near to their place. So yeah, so it's probably if Indonesia want to learn from Australian system, probably it's needs to have a lot of modification, because I think Australian is very easy to manage the COVID case because of our population is not as big as Indonesia, India, Malaysia, and Philippines. And as well, we are the communication from the government to the people, Australian resident, is very, very good. And as well, because of Australian resident here, we listen to the government. We really listen what their advice is. So hopefully, I hope all the best for Indonesia. Hopefully will be, but I can see from the news that I read and everywhere, Indonesia is getting better and better.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Hopefully it will benefit in you all. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Tita, for wonderful sharing. And please wait for a while after this, the third presenter, and after that we will having question answer session. And now I call upon Dr. Professor Jana Monzano Buado. Hello. Hello, Prof.
Hello, ma'am.
Can you on?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Prof. So, hello. Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. You want to present your own slide presentation, or would you want us to help you in the slide presentation?
Well, thank you, ma'am, but I will be the one to share my screen.
Okay, thank you. Time is yours.
Thank you. So, hello, everyone. Good morning. Greetings from the Republic of the Philippines.
Morning.
To say thank you to Ma'am Moderator for that kind introduction. So, also, I would like to thank all the organizers and the host for this first International Virtual Nursing Webinar and Conference with the theme, The Innovations in Nursing for COVID-19 Era. So today, I am tasked to share to you evacuation during a disaster in the midst of a pandemic. Natural disasters affect almost every part of the world.
Sorry, Doctor. Sorry, Prof. You're not present yet. Do you want us to help you in present?
Oh, sorry,
The
ma'am.
slide.
Sorry. I'll try to share it again.
Yes, would you mind to share it?
Share.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see it. Would you mind in the slide presentation, Prof?
Sorry?
Would you mind in the slide presentation, because currently it's still in not slide in okay, it's better.
Thank you. Sorry for
Thank you. Thank you. Take your times.
So I was saying, here, wait. Okay. So, there has been a rise in climate-related disasters during the past 20 years. So just last year, we had a total of 416 natural disasters worldwide. Here in our continent, Asia, we have experienced the second highest number of natural disasters, maybe because of its size and its susceptibility. In the last 2 years, or in the year 2018 rather, Indonesia faced the highest number of deaths in the world due to the earthquakes, tsunami that occurred there in the last quarter of the year 2018. In the United States that year too, 2018, most of the fatalities from natural disasters came from tropical cyclones, wildfires, heat, and drought. As you can see, I would like to share to you the top 10 deadliest natural disasters which happened just last year. The Australian bushfires killed at least 478 people. It burned 13 million acres of landmass. The second was the Hurricane Eta in Central America, wherein it killed at least 150 people. The flash floods in Afghanistan killed more than 150, wherein they were currently experiencing the bad effects of the pandemic, and there were terrorist attacks. In Greece and Turkey, a 7.0 magnitude of earthquake followed by a tsunami killed 117 people. While in India and Bangladesh, the cyclone Amphan killed more than 85. In the US, because of the very strong winds that Hurricane Laura produced, it caused the deaths of 77 people. There in Indonesia, there were flash floods wherein the heaviest rains were recorded. It was the time wherein the heaviest rains were recorded in the previous 20 years. So it killed 66 people in Indonesia alone. An earthquake also killed 41 people in Turkey with a magnitude of 6.8, while here in the Philippines, we were affected by the Taal volcano eruption, which killed 39 people, and it was said that mostly it was due to anxiety and the negligence of the casualties. And lastly was the typhoon Ulysses, wherein it was the deadliest among the 21 typhoons experienced in 2020 here in our country. So, but even as the whole world grapples with the COVID-19 outbreak, no one is spared from other calamities. So the Philippines here in our country alone has an average of 20 tropical cyclones per year. Okay. So I'm sharing here now is the primary or the key public health principles which we have to follow whenever there are disasters and people need to evacuate. So there should be social distancing. We have to contact trace rather those who are possibly infected with the virus. We have to perform hand washing, use face masks and other PPEs, disinfect, and ensure that the shelter wherein the people will be going have a good temperature and ventilation. But with the current pandemic now, it poses a great challenge. As you can see, this is what is usually seen at the evacuation centers worldwide. This pandemic, it poses a great challenge wherein we have the government and other agencies have to protect the people from both disaster and the COVID-19 virus. So here in the Philippines, it was even more complex since a lot of evacuation centers were converted into COVID-19 health facilities. So what can we do about it? The local government units here in the Philippines are creating a lot of standards and measures to adapt to the changing times. Also, I believe in other countries, they are also doing their best in order to solve this kind of problem. Just to share with you the best practices of the other countries, basing on their experiences in managing the evacuation centers last year. So they have increased the emergency shelters. They ensured that all people, upon arrival and departure from the different evacuation centers, are tested with COVID-19. They also used hotels as additional shelters. They provided all the evacuees their essential supplies, especially with regards to the sanitation. And also, they have provided a separate isolation and treatment rooms for those who are at risk or who have already contracted the virus. So, what would like to share to you now the different innovations worldwide in order for us to prevent the usual challenges that we have in evacuating during a disaster. So here you can see modular tents which were created in order to give personal space per family or per household and to ensure that their safety is taken into consideration. So these are set inside the designated evacuation centers. Also, another innovation are the presence of contact tracing applications. So these are used in order to quickly notify those who have been exposed to COVID-19 through close contact. So just to give you examples of these contact tracing applications, Apple and Google have launched a comprehensive solution that includes application programming interfaces and operating system level technology to assist in enabling contact tracing. In New Zealand, they have also created or devised a COVID tracer app here. Here's their logo. And in Singapore, and also here in the Philippines, they are using the Trace Together mobile application. Here in our province, we have devised a QR code application wherein they could trace the whereabouts of the people or the community. Another innovation is on the placing of portable sanitation facilities. So here you can see in the two images the humanitarian project, which strengthened the disaster preparedness capacities of high-risk urban poor communities and city local governments by providing safe and sufficient shelter and water sanitation and hygiene facilities for the current and potentially displaced populations in the community. So here they have donated a portable washing area and a portalet wherein they could use for their personal needs. The third innovation that I would like to share to you is the presence to your right is what we call a futon drying truck. So this was created in Japan by the Dani Busters, wherein they use this in order to dry and clean the personal effects of the community while they are disinfecting the evacuation center. So it is a 4-ton aluminum truck wherein you can see a jet heater at the back part. The evacuees have shared there that not only that the volunteers who clean their or disinfect their centers ensure their safety, but also they give emotional support and they say that they stand by to those or by those affected. So to the left, the image in the left, you can see a disinfection tent or a chamber. It is an easy to build portable system wherein it will spray disinfectants from head to toe. These are placed at the entrance and exit points of the evacuation center. So they are made of PVC pipes, plastic cover, and mat. Okay, so how would then people and systems cope if a major earthquake or cyclone occurs while the COVID-19 pandemic continues? And our answer is preparation. You have to be prepared. First, you have to take action. So we as healthcare providers, or you as future healthcare providers, you have to ensure that there are emergency supplies and go kits for our family and for our clients or for the community, for the whole community, wherein there are disinfectant wipes, spray, soap, hand sanitizers, masks, and other personal needs that are prepared in case of the occurrence of disaster. Also, we have to plan ahead. So you have to know how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected emergency preparedness and response, and what you can do to keep yourself and others healthy and safe. You also have to consider those. So you have to pay attention, especially that we are being looked up to as frontliners. We have to pay attention to local guidance for evacuations and centers, and of course, see to it that people in your community or your clients are informed of the shelter locations or where should they be proceeding just in case they have to evacuate due to a disaster. And lastly, you have to create a community. So As healthcare providers, we have to find ways to support our neighbors while taking steps to protect ourselves and others in our home and in the community from the COVID-19. So for example, we could offer to run essential errands for family members, friends, and neighbors who are older or who have issues in mobility or are at risk for severe illness. I believe that ends my presentation. Maraming salamat po. Terima kasih. In behalf of the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, in the leadership of our good president, Dr. Jaime I. Manuel Jr., I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all of you for your participation and for this opportunity to share about disaster nursing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. What is the meaning of maraming salamat, Prof?
Oh, sorry. Maraming salamat means thank you.
All right. Salamat is in our Indonesian, in our bahasa is selamat, that is blessing. So it's not so different.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your wonderful presentation. We need to prepare for the worst, isn't it? Even COVID already worse make our life, but it's God who knows. Maybe comes later more than COVID come later on with that you first show presentation. Many disasters already happen in our countries.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now times for our question and answer session. Please, for the three presenters, would you mind to prepare to answer with the curious our students about your presentation? Okay, one more slide to one more place for Nurse Azelia. Nurse Azelia, are you around? Can you on?
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you for your time, for waiting for us to finish the first session. There are already, and for the audience, for our students, wonderful students, if you want to question directly, please take your time. What you need to do is just raise your hand and I will give your microphone to you. And I would allow you to unmute. But there is, before we let them to ask directly, there are already few questions in the chat room and I would like to read. Maybe take your time. For Nurse Arzelia, there is a few questions for you. Would you mind to answer the question from Gia? Right, I'm sorry, Gia. She's from Bina Insan. Her question is about how in such condition enter the red triage. What should the action? You already informed us that there is very high numbers avoiding of the virus contamination during the patient come to the ER. There is a few steps that you said, the screening, triage, and zoning, and how about to do that? Such condition that should given in the area specific for the red triage. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Can I just answer it?
Yes, you can answer it directly.
Okay. Hi, Gia. Hello. Thank you for the question. So, for the red zone, the interventions given for patients for the red zones, it really depends on their problems. Because this is, we're talking about COVID-19 ED, emergency departments, right? So, assuming it's COVID-19 emergency department, so the problems must be around airway and breathing because it's respiratory problems for COVID-19. So within the red zones, the interventions is to really follow the ABC steps like the usual triage process. and then the usual intervention process in the red zone. So it really depends on the symptoms and how we address the symptoms. Is it clear enough?
Okay, I think it's answered already. And there is, Ms. Azalia, another question for you from Randy Fernando Pratama. He's from Stickers Abdi Nusantara in Jakarta, and his question is, what innovations are appropriate to bring public belief in the vaccination? Because some still believe now it's harmful, it's not beneficial, and something like that. So what your opinion, how we do it as nurses?
Right. Okay. Hi, Randy. I hope you could. They can hear us, right, Mrs. Sastramita? So, hi, Randy. Thank you for the question. So,
I think it's he. I think it's he.
He. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. He.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, Randy. So, what innovations are appropriate to bring the public belief that vaccination is not harmful for the body? So, before we discuss that further, I would like to just highlight the word innovations, the definitions of innovations. It's not just refer to the object or the concrete object of the innovations, but also an approach, a more abstract concept of innovations. So for this case, based on my own experience, the best thing to bring the public belief that vaccination is not harmful is first, we could ask respected persons or influencers, for instance, from a targeted group. Maybe you could, we could use maybe a religious leader of the targeted groups to just, make sure that his followers know that even though maybe vaccines have a side effect, but it brings more benefits than harms. That's one of the approach. And then the second one is through face-to-face or personal touch or personal explanations of educations in the simplest way that tell the people about vaccinations is not harmful, and then what benefits, if there is a side effect, how to overcome side effects and everything. So we gain trust by face-to-face and in-person approach. Yes.
Okay, so we need a direct approaching and make it as simple as possible.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
So they're able to catch what the beneficial for them actually. It's not only for the countries, not only for communities, but especially for them and their families.
And make the most of respective persons or influencer.
Yes,
among the targeted group to approach them.
A key person, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Azalia. Thank you very much for your answering, wonderful sharing. And for the next question is for Nustita. Would you mind to on your microphone? The question is from Melia Rabita from Bina Insan Nursing Academy. And she asks you about how about the mental health? Asking about the mental health of the elderly people during the COVID-19. I see that they have wonderful and very good management of their lifestyle. They are in an old folk home, isn't it?
Yes.
The video that you share is in old folk home, isn't it?
Yes.
They have very good, wonderful and lively compared than us here.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you very much, Bu. Thank you, Melia.
I don't see any mental disease there, but
no, it does have. Yeah, it does have. Thank you very much, Melia Rabita, from Akbar Bina Insan. That's a very, very clever question. You will be a very, very good nurse in the future. Inshallah, mashallah, okay? Of course, the lockdown period in Australia bring a mental health issue increase. In one period, we have a period of lockdown. Not in Canberra, because Canberra is, mashallah, we are very good place in here, we have a very good space for distancing, so there is not a lot of cases in Canberra, in the place that I'm living, in the capital city. But yes, there is a lot in New South Wales and in Victoria. But as well, this pandemic, in the beginning especially, they bring increase in mental health issue. In one period in our hospital, emergency department full of mental health case. You can see, yeah, that's true. But we in Australia, I told you, because we are rely on communication in between the government and the Australian resident, and we do have a very good website which all of the mental health clients always rely to. It's called Beyond Blue. In there, the mental health people, they can have hotline, chat online, or hotline they can call 24 hours, 7 days. If they have a problem, the local government Department of Health as well having hotline, contact line for mental health as well, to help them, to support them. So they, especially in elderly care, as you see from my video, there is one staff. It depends on the facility, but most of, generally they are the same. There are one staff or two staff, how many staff, they check in the mental health well-being of each the resident in the elderly care. They come, they just say hello, and they ask people to come out to do some exercise with the distancing, of course, and they because they are so rich. So each one of them, if they don't have iPad, if they don't have a technology, they teach them how to use technology so they can meet on Zoom or on Facebook group, or so they are more engaging in the pandemic rather than when they're not pandemic situation. So they are more communicate to each other. Yeah. So yes.
Thank you, Sita. There is a wonderful question again for you about how we can start in Indonesia. You already said that population is main factor. Yeah, about the wellness there is a factor. But what do you think? There is a question from Agatha Divana from Ukrida. How we start in Indonesia? What level that we are different? Of course, we are different from Australia, but how we started? From the beginning part. There is a question from Agatha Viviana from Ukrida.
Yeah, I think we do. I'm very confident with Indonesia because culturally we are caring people. Culturally, let's say in Australia, the government has to create a program for neighbors to say hello to your neighbors. So we have a program to say hello to your neighbors. There is a week that you have to greet your neighbors. And we do have, in everywhere in the social media, government tell us or advise us to check on your neighbors, especially your neighbors who are elderly people who live by themselves. You just check on them and provide them help from you, either on doing for them groceries, shopping for them, or probably not doing transport for them because we are doing distancing, social distancing. But for us Indonesian, because we are condensed as well, it's very easy to check on each other. But we have to remind each other as well to do self-distancing, of course, which is sometimes it's not easy because we are too crowded. But we just have to be aware of at least your neighbors who live near to you and your close family, which you are doing already. Yeah, that is very good. Yeah, that's why I'm very confident. Yeah.
Okay. Because we are having very many questions, I'm scared we cannot finish until to appreciate all the questions because student is keeping asking a question, and I think we are limit of time, And there is a next question for Mr. Jana. Prof. Jana, Professor Duado. I'm sorry. The question is from Reni Fernando Pratama. He's asking how best is allocate such a medical source. Is medicines, intensive care unit, any equipment or PPE? What we should do? What is the best to evacuate? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. So, for that question, we don't have a specific recommendation or solution for that because it will really depend on the resources of a certain institution or an organization. However, what they can do is to review, assess first their priorities, the priority needs at the moment in order to combat the pandemic, and afterwards they have to plan and look for other ways in order to have or to provide for these needs.
Okay, we are listened. We are listened.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, proceed, please.
Okay. So, did you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Okay, so they have to, if I may suggest, they have to review their budget allocations and prioritize those that needs immediate attention. So that's all, ma'am. Thank you.
And another question for you, Prof. Duado. There is a negative stigma. There is a question from Alga Mayang from Fatmawati Nursing College and Diva. And I think I need to conclude for the question. How about you think about negative stigma during the disaster? They are scared with disaster, but they are fear too about the COVID to be in that condition. What do you think? What we need to do?
Yes, ma'am. So, Miss or Mr. Alga, sorry. Thank you for that question. Yes, the negative stigma with regards to the COVID-19 still exists. We cannot control the thoughts of or the beliefs of the community. However, what we can do is to widely disseminate and focus in correcting the wrong notion with regards to the pandemic. So, in relation to the innovations, we can make use of the social media platform and other platforms in order to reach out to a great or to a big population or to the audience and disseminate all the disseminate facts with regards to COVID-19. I believe it will help in easing or decreasing that fear of regarding that the COVID-19 pandemic. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I think I will ask the last question. Unfortunately, there is many questions for three of you, but I cannot entertain them all. Maybe later on, if we have to take another time, I will give directly your contact number. So would you mind to directly? But this is the last question for you, Ms. Tita. The question is from Anissa Rabiatul from Fatmawati. She's asking about the vaccination. There is a problem in Indonesia. It's not just about the communication that is very nice in the Australia. They are the elderly very educated based on the gadget they have. But Indonesia, not only the stigma, but the gadget is the problem. How we started? What do you think, Ms. Tita?
Well, according to me, Indonesia is because in the difference in between Indonesia and Australia, in Australia, the elders, they have to be independent because they don't have anybody to support them. So they want it or they don't want it, they have to be independent for themselves. They have their kids, but their kids is everywhere. Sometimes their kids, they don't care of them. Sometimes they care, but they're living very, very far away from them, overseas or somewhere. But in Indonesia, it's different. They have family. They have, so if the elders, they are not aware of the gadget, the family themselves, they have to look after the elders. Like we do it already. Inshallah, Indonesia, we are very good and very, very good people. So everything will be all right because as well, we are respecting our elders as well. Even if they are living by themselves, the neighbors will help them. The neighbors will look after them. It's just the same as in the Philippines, isn't it, Miss Jana? It's just the same because I have a lot of Filipinos nurses, my friend, who are having the same idea of us. So,
to the culture,
yeah,
our
yeah,
own
it's
culture that you
it's
mentioned.
Yeah. If we don't have gadget, but we have our great culture that we have to be maintaining, and we are caring. Naturally, we are caring people. So we cannot compare with other like developed country because the conditions are different. But we just use our what source we have. Inshallah, everything will be all right.
Our impact for our own beneficial is ourselves.
Yes.
Do not ask somebody to change, but we need to change our own. Very nice. Okay, thank you. I would like to conclude the first session. I think it's very wonderful. I think I cannot stop until end of this evening because the question is keeping asking and coming in the chat room. But I'm sorry for the audience and the student. There is a limitation of time, so I would like to conclude our first session. First session is I have wonderful work to conclude all the presentation from Nurse Azelia. With COVID or without COVID, we need education. So awareness of this COVID is the important for education for the nurses, especially in the ER. And the share presentation, all the message, I hope, especially us, the young and the nurse, we need to aware about this. There is beneficial of COVID. Make everyone is wake up and will be aware about ourselves, about the nurses. Thank you for the message, Ms. Azelia. And for the second conclusion, that is very good from Nurse Tita. Very comfortable and very well management of the elderly in Australia. You cannot compare in Indonesia and the rest because the population sources about the wellness is not compared. But naturally, what you said is naturally we are as Asians, naturally we have something to build and to care our elderly in our family. It's more beneficial than what we can do it now compared than ask the government to do it better because it's very long way to go. And there is from the evacuations, we are in the PT area, there is COVID and disaster is still coming, but we need to do an awareness that we need to aware these people need the help and we need to manage good way because during this COVID area, disaster is not, we need to face it. So how to manage it, very good team, there is nurses a part of that and we need to do for good nurses to help and cooperation with other health care. Thank you very much for all the very wonderful and very expertise. I would like to know you all better. Maybe students already take your email address. Later on, they can contact you. and get more beneficial from your sharing method. Thank you very much for your times. I wish I can see you again for the next session in the next times. God bless us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Sistramita.
Thank you, Nurse
Prof.
Azelia.
Buado. Katita.
Okay. Assalamualaikum.
Prof. Buado.
Thank you very much. I give the next session to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you to moderator and all the speakers who have given us such wonderful material and insight about the nursing innovation in the emergency unit, geriatric nursing and community during the pandemic COVID-19. On behalf of committee, would like to thank for all of our guest speakers in this session. First, Professor Jana Manzana Boado, MAN, PhD from Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines. Nursita Widya Eskep, RN-DCN, Certified TEA from Australia. Nurse Arsela Farosyah Putri, MSc, PhD, EFHEA from the HIPGABI, Indonesia. Thank you for the participant in this webinar. Professor Jana Manzano Boado, MAN, PhD from Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines. Nurse Arsela Farosyah Putri, MSc, PhD, EFHEA from the HIPGABI, Indonesia. Tita. Nurse Tita Widya Eskep, RN, DCN, Certified TEA from Australia. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda. We are going to have our webinar session 2. Kindly invite our moderator today, Mrs. Ernawati SKP, Master in Nursing. To Mrs. Ernawati SKP, Master in Nursing, I hand over this agenda to you. Time is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Dian. Okay. Can you hear my voice clearly? Okay. Is my voice clearly? Okay, good day everyone. My name is Ernawati. I will be the second session of today's conference. from India and Malaysia are with us. Are you with us, Mr. Chef and Miss Oi? Mr. Chef?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. And Miss Oi? Are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good day.
Okay, good day. Okay. Before we start the session,
I cannot hear you.
Oh, you cannot hear me?
Yeah.
How about this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, before we start the session,
Yeah, better.
to avoid any interruption, I would like to ask all the participants if your audio is mute mode. Okay. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused the largest disruption of education in history. COVID-19 has impacted the way things are done in nursing education. Nursing school all over the world, not only in Indonesia, has responded to the situation following the World Health Organization guidelines and maybe their country-based guidelines. We are curious about that. What has been implemented in nursing schools from other countries? I believe our speakers in this session would enrich our knowledge regarding the innovation in nursing education during this COVID-19 pandemic. In this session, we have the speakers. We have outstanding speakers from two different countries. They are Mr. Chef Ali Gulam Khan from India and Miss Oi Sao Geok from Malaysia. Okay, each speaker will have 20 minutes presentation, and we will have question and answer session approximately minutes after the last presentation. Yeah, Mr. Chef will be the presenter, and the first speaker, and Ms. Oi will be the second speaker. Okay, I would like us to operator the slide for this second speaker. TV speaker. In this section, we will talk about or we will discuss about the innovation of nursing education. The first speaker is Chef Ali Gulam. He is a PhD in nursing from KNR University, Telangana, India. Next. He got the PhD in nursing from Vimayata Mission University, India. From Napoyada College of Nursing and with the Bachelor of Science, and from Anai Meenakshi College of Nursing. Next. Cannot hear me. Anyone can help me?
Good morning. Can you hear me, Madam?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is the sound better?
Yes.
Yeah, your voice we couldn't be able to hear you. All right. Okay, please.
Okay. And his working experiences. He's the professor in Kaloji Naraya Rao University of Health Sciences in India. And so many working experiences from him. I think he's the right person to be a speaker here. Next. The second speaker is Miss Oi Song Yen. Yeah, she is a Master of Education and she is the Dean and coordinator from Nursing Education. And now he's, no, the academic qualification, she got Master of Education from Oxford University in Malaysia in 2010. And she also got many educational background. Yeah, from this we know that she is very the experiences qualification is very very good in education. Next. Now she has the professional membership, Malayan Nurses Association and Penang Alumni Association. Wait a moment. Okay. Now I will let Mr. Syed Ali to bring up his screen share the topic of preparation of clinical practice for nursing students at emergency unit during pandemic COVID-19. Mr. Syed Ali, the floor is yours.
Hello, Mr. Syed Ali. Can you proceed for the presentations?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Ali. Prof.
Okay,
Ali,
we can
would
proceed.
you mind to
Can you hear
present
me
for
well?
another 20 minutes? I'm sorry, Bu Erna. I think I will side to beside you because your voice is not so clear. Maybe it's a problem with our internet, but I would like to do it together with Ms. Ernawati.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Would you mind to share the slide presentation by your own, or we assist you the slide presentation?
Yeah, sure.
You want us to present?
No, we can. I can slide. I can do it.
Okay.
I can do it. No problem. Can you hear me better?
Very nice. Yeah, we can listen you clearly. Would you have take your 20 minutes for the slide presentation, sir? Thank you. Take your time.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Is the slide? Can you see the slide?
Yes, we
can
can
I
see
confirm?
clearly the slide. You can start, sir. Thank you, Prof.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And warm welcome and good morning. And we INC all the way from India. Selamat pagi. And thank you very much for invitation. And hopefully people would be able to hear me. And first case, please excuse me. For the last 1 week, I'm not feeling well, so I had a sore throat, and because of sore throat, slightly there is an effect on my voice. All right. I think the committee, the topic which gave me is preparation of clinical practice for nursing students at emergency unit during pandemic COVID-19. Pandemic COVID-19. That is a one lifetime experience we have been hearing as a Asian countries. Reflecting to Asian scenario, India, we had a cases from the last 2020 March, and we went to the peak by June, July. And after that, the peak status has came down and we are okay after October. It's a resolution phase. And again, India is facing a second wave at the moment. It's a very tough time we are facing at the moment. And I'm very glad to share our experiences. How do we handle? And as a Asian countries, how do we manage in this particular aspect of it? All right, we go on to that one. So this is the objectives to know about what are the status, what measures have been taken to improve the skills, what model could be adopted, and what are the strategies could be done, and what the nurses feel in case during this tough time. All right, so we move on to the things. As you all, everybody know, COVID-19 is one-time life experiences. It is impacting economical, social, and political implications. In a way, COVID-19 is also a good opportunity. It is giving an opportunity to meet every corner of the world through the online platforms. Whereas last time we need to fly to Jakarta, or the people have to come to Malaysia, or I had to come to Australia to meet each other. But COVID-19 has made the opportunity to get together easier and get used to that one. But what happened during this tough time as a nursing education point of view? So what happened is the clinical educations are being suspended nearly about 4 months time during the COVID-19. Clinical educations have been suspended, and that has caused a bad experiences for the people. And what has been happening about it? That is a question whether how much the students is being ready to go for that. You could be asking why that question is being asked about it. Because COVID-19, during the initial time, we don't know what is the remedial measures which we can able to go on. And especially the medications where we have been in trial process, what medication helps out, we don't know, all right? So that was a real question of how much the students are ready to go for any learning experiences or any license examinations. So that's where the remedial process has come. The remedial process is nothing but a learning is through the virtual mode. Virtual mode is nothing but online mode. Online mode has helped the people to develop the skill and gain this clinical practice for the students. How does it possible? Every international universities adopted blended learning methodologies. What is blended learning methodologies? It is not only through face-to-face teaching. It's also using virtual mode. It can be a videos, it can be Zoom, it can be Google Meet, it can be XY. Various platforms are used to enhance the clinical skills. Of course, we have been using about simulation as a part of our nursing education for a long term. But mostly the simulation, what we are using is low fidelity simulation. What I mean to say, mannequins. Mannequin is one of the simulation methods. But mannequin, what we use is low fidelity. Low fidelity is, for example, like catheterization, intramuscular injection, means wound dressing, where the nurses have been trying to practice their skills through the low fidelity simulation. Whereas this COVID has suspended the people to approach a college, a learning practice, that is hospital, or the clinical area for a period of time. So when you have been suspended for a long period of time, then you need to find a better strategy. The better strategy is high fidelity simulation. You all know about it. What do you mean by high fidelity simulation? Where you have been using about mannequins with all the resources. For example, one mannequin, I could say that a labor mannequin, if the program is given, the whole process of the labor can be done through the labor mannequin. The same goes to the ER, emergency room. If the scenario is given to that particular mannequin, the scenario will respond according to the changes in vital signs, and the person has to respond and the CPR measures will be done. So those kind of high fidelity simulation helps for the people to meet their requirements. And also it has forced the nursing boards and the nursing universities to come up with new strategies. For example, it has said that, okay, we don't need to go to the clinical. At least the student turned out to the simulation ward. More than 50% of the clinical requirements, it can be any credit, 2 credits or 4 credits or 6 credits, at least 50% and above 50 credits of those particular clinical simulation could be met at the simulation rooms with the proper ASCII-based checklist. But the problem is, countries like India, countries like Indonesia, countries like developing countries, not every institutions or organization could afford to go for high fidelity simulation. Even if we go for high fidelity simulation, how many resources we can keep it out? Because if we have around 200 to 300 students, the number of resources also has to be in relation to the number of students we have. So the one is resources, the second one is budgeting, the third one is technology. And the people have been worried about how we cope with this technology, because and every educators and the students, and this technology is been quite new. That's about it. Whereas, what is a mantra? What is the strategy in COVID in every institution? Only 4 words. You please prepare and respond and cope up and recover. You prepare, you respond, you cope up, and you recover. That's a model I would advise any institution, any organization, or any students who are ready to face the COVID-19 in forthcoming years. What way we are supposed to do that? The WHO has already told that COVID is inevitable condition. We don't know how long the COVID is going to be with us. At least we are expecting another 2 to 3 years with one way or the other way, but for which we cannot confine ourselves into the room. But what we needed is a leadership and solidarity, a good leadership among the nurses, and a solidarity and determination to defeat the coronavirus would help the people to go about it. So how do we go about it? The key question what we ask for me is, how do we give a health clinical experiences for the people who have been working in that particular area? Very simple. We need to change our protocol. Currently, last time we could have been there with the free going 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, and we had a continued working hours. So right now, in case if the students need to go back and work in that particular area, if they need to have the clinical experiences, they need to change the protocol. Protocol changes in terms of working hours. Like last time we used to keep a little bit long hours. We had a number of students. Now we need to have a minimal group of people. We need to have a backup students for anybody who's getting sick and everything, they can back up about it. And everybody have to follow the strict aseptic barrier techniques. And it is becoming a mandatory for the nursing student to go comply with the PPE, personal protective equipments, for not only the students, it's also for the supervisors and the educators who have been supervising those people. And every corners of the particular ward and every stations of the nurses station will be equipped with the hand sanitizers. And most importantly, it's a psychological well-being. And mainly people could not feel that I've been working in an area where the possibility of getting a COVID risks are very high. How do we go about it? To cut down that, there is a possibility of mental breakdown. Okay, if I go and work there, if I get a training there, I may get a COVID. If I get a COVID, there is nobody to help me out. How do I get recovered? So there is a possibility of fear, anxiety, helplessness, and mental breakdown. So to break particular things, a good counseling session organized at the campus and also a learning environment, and it becomes a mandatory for the supervisor to learn the art of counseling one-to-one. That is also very important because the COVID-19 has opened a lot lot of mental health trauma for the nursing students. Especially, many of the nurses have got trauma, depression because of family separation, etc., etc. And every aspect, as a nurse, when you're working and when you're planning in that particular thing, we need to keep our backup plans. So what has been happening? What sort of cases we have been facing? When the nurses goes and work there are three things they have to work it out. Then the normal scenario, what I want to say about it, many of the hospitals and tertiary centers, we have been converted as a COVID centers. No more, it is not a general hospital where everything is happening. Many of the hospitals are converted as a COVID centers and COVID rehabilitation centers. So even the normal wards have been converted into IC. Even a normal wards have been converted into emergency rooms. Why is it so? Nearly about 70 to 29% of the people had ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome. And nearly about 23 to 32% of the people who got admitted. So it is like out of 10 patients, 3 patients, or 1 out of 3 patients will be having some sort of critical illness whoever got admitted into hospital. And the people who got admitted for 20 days, 28 days, their possibility of death is very high, 60%. All right? And 10 to 15% of the people who got admitted need some sort of ventilator. Please, I would ask the students and the viewers to understand the scenario. The scenario is very simple. It has been saying that one. ARDS is there. Mortality is very high. 10% of the people are having a mechanical ventilator. Critical illness is happening. So the nurses who have been working there are the one who go for the practical. Please be prepared for the worst scenario. It is no more normal scenario. It's like a war room scenario. So we should be good enough in carrying ventilated patient, respiratory care patient, critical illness patient, and the carrying the acute illness. What is supposed to be done? Sorry for it. This one I've been trying to say that one. This is a model been given by Ong Chow Ho MD. The details I'm going further. How do we prepare ourselves in case if we have this particular aspect of it? So this is a qualitative research study research by Hong Chow. So there are few preparations. Organizational way, how do we prepare? Okay, it's a timely adjustment of departmental function. All right. What is a timely adjustment of departmental function? We cannot go with 3 shifts. There are a number of hospitals, they went for 2 shifts because of the shortage of people. They changed from 3 shifts to 2 shifts. It's all of us. One group of nurses always will be a backup plans, right? And we need to have, when we want to have a respiratory support, we need to have a respiratory team, recovery team, anesthetic team, and we need to have an ICU intensive care team. So these are the multidisciplinary has to be strengthened in case if we are lacking about it. And time to time, day to day, Ministry of Health will come up with the new standards and guidelines, what medication to help, what medication not to be done, when to be done. So timely updates of workflows, what, when to when, what to what. And budgeting will have us adequate supply of PPE. Finally, if I need to go and work into the hospital, I need to believe my hospital, they have a better resources, better supply. In case if I got sick, hospital will take care of it. That is a trust on the organization. That's from the organization. From the personal point of view, though organization will be having a state-of-the-art facility, but personal point of view, as a nurse, unless you are prepared, we cannot able to help the nurses. Because I need to be prepared what I'm trying to do about it. I need to have a self-adjusting psychologically, mentally, I myself have to be prepared what I am going to do. I have a preparation, I am going to be fine, whoever is under my care will be fine. And I have a skill who can able to help the people. That is very important about it.
Hello, sir. Hello, Prof. Cannot hear you clearly. Prof. Prof. Your voice is. Hello. Hello, Prof. Is it Prof still inside of the rooms? Hello. Is it Prof? Please check. IT. Please check for Prof. Syed Ali is still inside of our Zoom. If he's not around, I would like to call upon for the next presentation from Prof. Oi. Hello. Hello, Prof. I think he's out our Zoom seminar and Prof. Oi. Hello. Check. Hello.
Hello, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, very nice. Can you replace for Prof. Syed Ali times because I think this is out of our Zoom seminar. Would you mind to present it?
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you. Very nice. Would you mind to present by your own or us
Oh,
will be?
I will try to do it my own.
Okay, thank you. Take your time, Prof.
Hello, good day.
Good day, Prof.
Yeah, good day. Greetings from Ames University. Yeah, thank you, event moderator, Madam Aranawati Kurika earlier. Now you'll be Matron Famawati. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank the event organizer for inviting me. And then before that, congratulations for being able to organize the first virtual International Nursing Webinar Conference during this trying time. My topic is learning and teaching strategies in nursing during the pandemic COVID-19. My coverage will be an overview of the COVID-19 in Malaysia and how it affects especially the education sector, and then the strategies taken, and then the challenges and the impact and the conclusion and the way forward post-pandemic. So on 11 March, WHO characterized COVID-19 as a pandemic, health emergency due to its high fatality and high contagious nature. So in response, Malaysia is one of the first countries that did immediate actions in finding the solutions to accommodate the social distancing and protect the public health. So most government or private sectors, including the education sectors, have to be to take action to slow down the transmissions and then ease the burden, ease the burden of the health system. So the government included all school closure as part of the physical distancing policy. So, as you can see, the cumulative at the moment, initially we were quite well prepared. But now actually we are at the surge, the resurgence of the COVID, but it's still under control. We are taking very seriously. So the resurgence from this is from November to 2021 today. There is a spike now. So how do we cope? How do we cope Malaysian government introduced a movement control order. It will start with the MCO. Yeah, that means total lockdown, where everybody not allowed to go out on one person. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah. So as the curve becoming a bit flattened, the government imposed a conditional movement control. So we under certain conditions, we allow a distance of 10 kilometers and all that to move around with strictly, yeah, with the wearing mask and other SOP as well, yeah, other SOP. And then after that, from the CMCO, we will move on, progress to recovery. Recovery where the numbers are less, yeah. So then we have certain area we will identify as, we use color coding, the red zone, the yellow zones, or orange zones, and the green zones, and all that, yeah. Very strict standard operation procedure, which we follow for each of the three conditions, yeah, of the order. So with the implementation of MCO, the first time all classes, including higher education institutions, all moved to e-learning, So university have either cancelled or last minute, yeah, we were got off-handed, postpone all campus event, including conferences, workshops, yeah. And then students also were stranded. Some came into the campus and then stranded there, and then slowly we take them, were sent home in batches. And then when the COVID-19 continued to improve, then 27 May, government allowed the following students. So not all students, yeah, only the postgraduate students in the research mode can go back. Final year or final semester student, final year or final semester online, yeah, connecting. And then the higher education, those with special needs, especially like nursing, with some technical, practical discipline or vocational training, they will have to go back to school. And then for the new intakes, yeah, because they are very new, especially like nursing, yeah. So we have to call them back for the academic sessions, yeah. So some higher this one were caught unprepared, yeah. While the few that are very proactive one have their contingency online, you know. So yeah, it's a very stressful, yeah, situations, yeah. So some faculties also quickly rush to convert some curriculum, yeah, to the online environment, yeah. And then don't forget to convert the curriculum on online. And then you also involve the technology and the website, yeah, and then the connecting problem and all that, yeah, technical problem. So actually, it's a test. To me, yeah, the COVID-19 really give the educational sector a test for the organization's agility. So whether they are proactive or they are able to adjust, to accommodate, yeah, and then many changes, yeah. So many initially focus on the changing of the content to online, and then they change online, not necessarily they are changed to online pedagogy or andragogy, yeah. So the methods, yeah, they are very new, yeah. So it may not be. We have to see the certain extent it really gives some impact, yeah, impact, especially those who are resource, yeah, where their resource is not so good, yeah, not so good or up to date or enough or not, yeah, resource are limited. So improving quality is of the educations is very important here. Quality that we this one, and then we also focus now not only to teach the student what to learn, they have to learn how to learn on themselves. They have to be independent. Yeah, not every students and their environment are suitable for online teaching. So they also face a lot of problems. So the digital education, all these one have not used to its fullest potential, but now we are forced to. Yeah, in fact, if you look at it, the positive, we are forced to. Yeah, we are forced to, and then we have to increase our rate of adjusting. So actually, the outbreak of COVID-19, forced the university to transform. Yeah, all this one actually our government also or higher educations, they also encourage online format, but it was a bit slow. Yeah? So now COVID-19 really forced us. So the most important question still unanswered is, are we prepared for the forthcoming? Yeah, where we can, how much and what are the subject, what are the area we can convert to online or digital teaching? Yeah, so it is a very stressful conditions, especially to the educator who are not, some are not so computer literate, and then the students also, and then don't forget, not only the individual ability, but also connecting problem, the websites, and the resources. So the IT, very important. The administrator have to get enough of the learning management technology, updating, and then IT, and then the students so stressful, and then the parents here more worried about, is it safe or not? Yeah, they prefer the children, to stay at home. They are safe. So when the moment we call them back, they are quite reluctant, especially if to the clinical area, they will start questioning us. Is it safe or not? They may be contracted the disease or not. They refuse those. They are so, this whole environment, this one causes a very stressful to us. And then sometimes when we send students to the clinical area, when they suddenly there is a positive case, then we are asked to withdraw, to call the students back. So this, and then those students exposed to patients, they are query positive, also have to go on quarantine, So a lot of last minute uncertainty, it is really very stressful. Like what Dr. Said Ali said, we also have a counselor in the campus that help the students. And then we also have to keep on reassure the parents, and then we also reassure the students to reassure their own parents, to make them realize that they are safe. So a lot of counseling required there. So as an educator, how are we going to deliver our content, the teaching to our students? So we really have to think over, how to make the best, teaching and learning. How can we teach so that our students learn effectively? That is very important. So actually do what you have done, but now we have to do something new. We have to do something new. So in what way the online, which is the best platform, how is it going to deliver, the timing and all that. So as you know, only web baby like to be changed. So actually it's a very stressful for the educators. We also have to reassure, especially those who are not computer literate. We have to support and to help, and then those having connecting problem, how to solve their problem, like sound systems, and all that. So the IT now and then we have to keep them active and busy. Yeah, so the educator really have to change their perspective from a very fixed mindset last time going to the class, now have to grow, the mindset have to be changed. They have to change the mindset, then only they are start. Yeah, there are times that the educators also have to learn, not only to teach, they have to learn something new in order to teach. Yeah, it's not easy, it's very stressful. The support system must be there. And then readiness is the first, like I say, lack of skill, and then the pedagogical competence, they are not there, and then it's too short a time, a lot of work, and then compounded with the stress of the pandemic. They themselves also worried they will be contracted, about the stress, because why is all affected, especially during the MCO time, with their families, separated, not allowed to go home, all knocked down in the university campus. So this forced the educator to be more creative, and keep on changing. And if like this cannot work, how to, sometimes the timing is not right, the busy time, the line very busy, so they have to change, adjust the timing, adjust the timing for the students also. So these are a lot of challenges, and then need some creative innovations, and then thinking, and then very important, willingness to try on new things, try on new things. So e-learning require planning, preparation, hard work. Prepare, convert suddenly overnight. They have to convert their teaching materials, and then their exam, assessment, how to assess the practical sessions, So all this required to think of e-learning, which platform, what are the technology and the software available for them to make full, effective learning for the students, So we have this platform, Google Meets, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and all that, and then learning management systems. And then in Malaysia, we used to have YouTube, Facebook, how to communicate with students, WhatsApp also very Instagram, all that, to communicate, because the student will be at home. And then the educators will be also some knocked down at their own kampong. So they have to have very active communications. Very active communications. And then it's up to the educator to choose what they are familiar. If they are not familiar, who will help them? A lot of telephone communications, consult, how support that they required. And then the tips is, to me, record the lectures, if possible, so that, they can, the students, those on having connecting problem, one can view it another time. And then, but sometimes students also abuse, they don't wake up for the 8 a.m. class, so they also abuse. We have to see and have to really motivate them, because they are at the home environment, very comfortable. Some of the students tell us that they are not disciplined. So the home environment is not so conducive for study. So they request, when can I come back? They want to come back to campus. They want to come back to campus. So, and then very important also, make sure that they show, the lecturer also must show face, show on the video, the students also. But students sometimes they refuse. They don't want to show us. That's why I teach them sometimes, are you on the bed? Possibility is that. So we want them to be like that. on the other, this one of the students, there are many types of students. Some waiting, open their mouth big to wait for to absorb. Yeah, so we must able to give. These are the students. Yeah, they are not so independent. Yeah, they are waiting to be fed. You know what to learn. Keep on asking what to learn. The how is not there. Yeah, some they prefer pair up. You know, and then some like the group. And then some very self-centered, yeah, they on their own, yeah, don't care. And then some are very challenging, you know, they are able to challenge. We can challenge them. They are brave, but not all. Yeah, so there are many different types of students. Yeah, we must understand each and every one, how they learn, how their personality, so that we are able to customize our teaching. Not impossible to all, at least to most, yeah, to most of the students, yeah. So we must aware of that. Also keep in mind that their learning styles very important. How they learn, yeah, how they learn very important. So always,
Excuse
yeah.
me, Miss Oi. I
Yeah.
think the time is up. But I give you 2 minutes more.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
So we
thank you.
teach students as individual, yeah, get feedback, very important, yeah, and then always create a conducive environment, yeah, conducive environment. So this safe COVID procedure we always follow, yeah. Our Malaysian government, we have very well written in the website there, yeah. So what are the responsibility? We still say the safety responsible is the oneself, yeah. We must take care of others. We must take care of ourselves first, and then the co-workers and others. So must always comply with. I don't need to stress on the PPE, I think. And then face shields. We encourage face shields wear. And then screening very important. Yeah, to go into the clinical area must be in full attire. Yeah, so our students, yeah, our lecturers will take the temperature before they go into class. Yeah, and then when they are in the class, these are the first year students. Yeah, then we keep the social distancing. And then these are the practical sessions. Also we limit. Yeah, and then we keep the social distancing for practical. And then in the clinical area, we also limit our students to one student to 2 patients. They only take care of 2 patients, yeah, so that to reduce movement, yeah, and then they must wear face shield. Yeah, so this, and then in the cafeteria, we also limit to 3 people to a table for their lunch, yeah, or dinner. And then these are the 3, this one to call back to work, yeah, how to the 3C we have to follow, yeah, but avoid all the crowded area, yeah, avoid to confined area, and then close conversation, yeah, try to keep social distancing. And then the 3W very important, yeah, wash hands, which we are nothing new, wear mask, and then what are this one to warn, yeah, having checked temperature and all that. Okay, so these are the take-home message, yeah, regular hand wash, avoid handshaking, yeah, with no more handshake a day. So, and then wearing mask, social distancing, and then all that. With that, I conclude, yeah. Sorry for the rushing towards the end, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oi, for the insightful presentation. And we have the overview from Malaysia. And now we go back to the first speaker again. Sorry for the internet connection. And now I take over again for this session. We are moving again to Mr. Syed Ali for continuing his presentation. And after Mr. Ali, we will have a question and answer session. So, Mr. Ali, are you here with us? Mr. Ali?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Please, you can start. You still have around 15 minutes, I think.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much, and good morning, Ponwai. Sorry for the disturbance which caused because of a technical error. Sorry from the India. Right. Thanks for moderator. So what we have been talking about it, actually, I've been talking about how do we prepare ourselves in case if we need to go back and prepare ourselves. In case I have been saying that this is, can you hear me? Is that okay? Can you hear me? Yeah, right. So you see that one. As a nurse, if you go to the hospital, it is better for me to prepare myself. How do I prepare myself? Have a confidence on me. I can follow your safety precautions quite well, and thereby I can care the students and also care the clients. And what is important is many nurses who have been working in the COVID wards, they faced a clear dilemma who to care, because in a ward in India we had at a time nearly about thousands of cases. Like for example, yesterday one particular city number of positive cases are 1,200, admitted are 600, ventilator is 60, and bedded are 40. So here you understand the number of magnificence. Here I need to see which patient to save us. It's not a simple anymore nursing care. I'm trying to tell you again. Which patient to save us? Of course, certain cases we cannot do anything. So I should undergo a severe moral dilemma. What to do, whom to do, how to take care. What is my choice going to be? So that is going to be the first thing. And second thing is, it can be any level of care, including me, my own colleagues, or my own professionals. I should have my own professional nursing values. All right? And how to maintain a confidentiality, how to look about the basic safety precautions and accountability of my actions. I can't say that one. I commit an error, I can put the blame onto the COVID-19 and thereby the patient died. In case if the patient is having a respiratory support, in case the patient is needed something else. So how do I exhibit my professional nursing values? Next one is, of course, COVID-19 is new. We know how to care in ventilator. We know how to give a respiratory support. We know how to provide oxygen. However, COVID-19, the virus is not enough which mutate. Right now, what mutation we have, we don't know. It's almost like 11th mutation which is going on in India. It's a quite new mutation we have right now, which responds quite differently than any other medications. So we should know what to do. For example, for sharing you, last time COVID-19 is sore throat, fever, cough. The current COVID-19 in India is no symptoms, no problem, sudden shortness of breath, admitted, patient goes for the X-ray and CT scan, lungs are severely collapsed. It means you understand the scenario. No symptoms, asymptomatic, admitted in AR, ER, with lung collapse, atelectasis, with the CT lung damage. So I need to prepare for the patient for any moment. Next one is, I being a nurse, either nursing student, if I've been to the hospital, working extended hour is inevitable. No more 6 hours, no more 8 hours. In case this is like a COVID war zone, I need to be prepared for working long time. Once if I work long time, I need to be quarantined. So I need to stay back at the ward or hospital until the duty time finishes. Like I will do a 10 days duty, 7 days quarantine, then I've given out 1 week break and come back. So it's, if I go for 10 days, 17 days I'm out of my home. That I need to be prepared. Either it can be nursing student or the staff. Both the people have to be mentally prepared. I'm not going to see my family anymore another 2-3 weeks. Right? And what is other important is I need to coordinate with the departments which have been putting it about it. And many times we are having a two different testing. There are many tests for the COVID confirmation. The one of the common is RT-PCR test. All right. And we need to look out what is the advantages, what is the disadvantages, the methods we are trying to look about. That's another thing we can put it out. Now, considering the time consideration, I try to summarize what to be prepared. Please, because the topic which is given is emergency room. I try to tell about it, how to convert these hospital setting into emergency room. Please increase the bed capacity of ICU. The bed capacity has to be converted. How do we convert? It can be OT, it can be high dependency unit, or it can be endoscopic unit, or it can be emergency department. All those things has to be converted as ICU care or emergency room care. That is one thing. And please, even though it is any other ward which has been converted, we should have a barrier that is curtained between the room to room, bed to bed, cabin to cabin, and also a PPE equipment accessibility. All right. And that should be a clear protocol. How do we access from one patient to the other process? What is the ethical principle? Ethical means, can we able to relay the information from one source to the other source, one client to the other client, one stakeholder to other stakeholder? You have to understand as a nurse, last time when we are caring at the hospital, it is hospital and the client. Now no more. It is the government, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Home, hospital, community, and the COVID response team. So multi-stakeholders, we are answerable. It's no more one to the patient and another thing. So we should have a protocol. We should have ethical knowledge, how to go about it. And how do we prepare the staffs, the frontline staffs? They should be clearly reinforced how to prevent themselves from the infection occurrence. How do we do it? We can do the training, simulation. The simulation has to be in a period of time, like only one at a time over the year, cannot be. We should follow a mechanism. Either it can be online, it can be face-to-face. Every 2 months once, we should have some sort of simulation. That should be re-emphasized with signboards, videos, some simulation mechanisms. So we have to retraining about it. And also, the staffs are the student nurses who have been working there has to be screened carefully. In India, every nurses who are working in a ward, randomly, weekly, twice, they will be tested. We don't know which nurses is going to be tested. Randomly in a unit, twice the nurses will be tested to know whether they got acute or not. Thereby the others will be getting about it, right? And each one, as a peers, you need to self each other's psychological support because you are the one who's been spending a time over there. And please, every organization and the unit head as a nursing leader, she will be giving a much needed psychological support and also a support from the public, all right? And we need to have a lot of nurses from the other wards, like pooling of resources from the other wards has been supposed to be done. And what we have to do is, we need to have all our OTs, all elective OT we are cancelled. Only the emergency surgeries we have done it. Nearly about 3 months, India has cancelled all the elective surgeries. Only the emergency surgeries are maintained about it. And we cannot go back to the previous old nurse to patient, nurse to doctor ratio. According to the shortage, the ratio has to be converted as well. And how do we care the client as a mass? Means maybe 5 patients at a time in the ICU as a one nurse, rather than going 1-to-1, 3 to 5, 1 nurses. That's the way we have been handling at the moment, right? So here, what we need to do that we need to look about the supplies. This one you all know about it. I'm not talking much about it, especially about PPE, one single use, how to segregate it, how to discard it. All right, we need to purchase more items, and how do we clean ourselves? Okay, right? Mostly after clearing, after removing all my PPE, it's completely I will be drenched. So how do I recover myself from there? So those things you could have learned about it. Those things you have to look about it. And when you talk about it, what is the most advantage is, when you talk about resources, it's N95 mass. So we need to procure more requirements, more respirators, And the nursing students has to be trained, given a special education how to care with the respirators and also with the mechanical ventilators. We cannot be relying only on stable ventilators. We should also rely on portable ventilators. So how to operate it in case of emergency, what to react it. That has to be explained to the nurses by the educators. And it is a mass critical care. I'm repeating it, it's a mass critical care. No more one patient. We are expecting a more patient to fall. Yesterday, our death rate is 500 throughout the country, right? And so far, nearly about 100,000 people have been affected recently within 2 days, right? So we have to come up with the new standards, and we have to come up with from the respiratory ventilator care, the nurses has to be trained a little bit about ECMO. What is ECMO? ECMO is extracorporeal membrane oxygenations. So that also has to be, that is nothing much to the nurses, but doctors will be giving support to them. And as a nurses, I need to be prepared with the resuscitation method, emergency procedures, risk prevention, hospital coordination, and very importantly, how do I engage myself with the patients and relatives? Patient has to be given assurance, and the relatives has to be assurance. There should be a mechanism of communication, a clear protocol, who to communicate, when to communicate, what is the bulletin, when the bulletin will be released from the hospitals for them. That has to be there. And how do we give assurance to those people? And use your public relation media from the hospital more effectively. And not many people speak to them. Only one authorized person from the ward and the hospital will speak to the patients, relatives, and the government media. So to improve the trust, to avoid the miscommunication, all right? And infection prevention, you all know about it, a strict hand hygiene. Once again, I'm trying to say, even though we are very technologically advanced, we need to still go back to the nursing nightingales. That is our hand hygiene, safety principles, PPE equipments, prevention of droplet infection, and go back to your contact tracing. You need to go back to your contact tracing, isolations. That is also important about it, a criteria, all right. So this is what we have been trying to about it. How do we prevent the infection? If you're working in ICU, if you're working in ER, how do you handle your waste? And the new studies say that many of the patient cross-infection is through the waste material, what the nurses are discarding. From there, the other people have been developing it. So how do we handling our waste? And what is the guidelines of handling with the waste? How do you prevent about it? So those things has to be explained more about it, and more videos, online simulations are given to the staff nurses, student nurses, supervisors, and to the public to the level what has been done about it. And please stockpile enough amount of PPE, all right? And segregate the staff. What is important is, it's not only you carrying it. It is very important when you're working in an ER and ICU, as a student nurse, you need to minimize the trafficking. Minimize the traffic means even your contact with the patients also has to be limited. That's what a guideline which has been given. So when necessary, you need to go and visit out. So more visit, more infection. Because as a nurse, you have been carrying 3 patients or 4 patients. So you need to cut down the trafficking to the patient. And also patient visiting hours also has to be limited. All right. And do not allow any patients or attendants unnecessary visit to the hospital. Even I being a nurse, my family is not allowed to visit me, even within the 17 days if I'm working in a hospital. So that has to be there, and lot of research which is going on, what is the safety time to be aware about it. Finally, before I conclude something, what I wanted to do that, there is a study which has been conducted from the COVID-19 ward, the nurse working there. How do we feel about it? The study is from the Dorian Ullens. Number one, what do they say? Sir, we are willing to give our nursing care, but what do we want is more psychological support. From our supervisor, we need a more psychological support because I'm facing a mental trauma. I have to know whom to care, who to not to care, who should I allow to die, who should I not allow to die, who do I prevent, who do I not prevent. So I need to have a lot of psychological support. So as a nurse educator, as a trainer, trying yourself in giving a counseling and psychological support, first thing. Second thing is, I should have an accessibility with the supervisor more often than the last time, because I need to discuss many of the things. I need to care in advanced technology. So my accessibility to the clinical placement supervisor has to be more and longer. And please recognize my hard work. I've been paying myself. I've been doing my hard work. I need to be recognized. That's the third version the students are told about. And also student told that once I finish my duty, I need to have some sort of platform to ventilate my feelings.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I think the time is up.
Can you give me 1 minute? I finished last slide.
Okay.
All right.
Please.
So, all right. So I need to have one particular ventilation platform to ventilate myself. And lastly, what the students are told is, being a nursing student, balancing my clinicals, balancing my workload, and also studying for the examination, preparing for assignment is a tough job for me. So please change the curriculum demand. How you conduct the exam, how do you assess me, how do you evaluate me, have a flexibility. Change the clinical requirements. By looking at all these requests from the students, the nursing board and the university have changed the assessment method. There is given a lot of flexibility in methodology because it's a real hands-on practice, no more theory. So that has been done with that. I hope I've been managed to explain certain things to the people. These are the certain references over there. And that's an end of my session. And thank you for moderator.
Okay, thank you for the insightful presentation. One thing that I get, the interesting one for me, how we can, as a nurse, we can still exhibit personal nursing value in this situation of COVID pandemic. Okay, I think the discussion will flowing. We are now have some questions. I would ask Mr. Sheikh to stop screen share. Okay, the first question is from Avista. Okay, I will read this. Good morning, my name is Avista Chandra from Nursing Academy of Fatmawati, Jakarta. I'd like to ask to every speakers, okay, so this is for both of you. Now, there are so many people who are no longer wear masks and even make a crowd. They also don't want to be vaccinated on the premise that vaccines are dangerous, especially since they have been incidents of people dying after being vaccinated. Okay. There are even some who think that Corona is just part of politics. From this situation, it means that 1 year with Corona, washing hands and wearing masks cannot be used as good habits in society. How to react? And is there any possibility of something crazy like last year if we can't be disciplined even when COVID-19 hasn't completely disappeared from the face of the earth? Thank you so much. Can you get the idea? How we can react, how to react to the society, because their response like they don't want to do the health protocol, something like that. I think Mr. Shet can answer.
Thank you for the good question. Actually, that is a reality. Wonderful question. But I would like to tell you only one thing. Of course, we also had, as a personal experience, I would say, we also had a honeymoon period from the last year, September, until this year, January. The cases have mellowed down so badly, so easily. Looks like we are coming back to the normal. But from the month of February, we have faced the complications. We have faced the consequences so badly. I think if you all listen to my scenario, we told that no signs or symptoms, CT lung damage admitted. So, coronavirus is far, far smarter than us. There is nothing we can do about it. As I told you about it, this corona is going to be surviving with us another 2 to 3 years minimum. WHO believes about it, but it can be there another 10 years. But minimum, it can give us some impact another 2 to 3 years. So it's like, as a nurse, if I go, I wear my uniform. The same way, I should also bring my professional value. The moment I step out from my home, I should go with mask. That personal value, if I don't have it out, I'm going to infect my family, infect my community, and also the client. That's the one thing which I have to put it out. Save yourself, save your community, save your family, save the nation. And second thing is, it is something to do with the help of the national leaders, especially national leaders, big profile leaders. If they're able to follow that protocol, looking at them, they can put it out. And what do we follow at the moment is, we are following a championing scheme. What is nurse championing scheme? Every ward, there is a one nurse champion, nurse leader, who is responsible for safety precautions, PPE monitoring. It is a responsibility comes under infection control. So we are coming up with the monitoring surveillances. They have been given awards, rewards, supervision reports, and put it out. And public transports, large gatherings, even there is no scope if you don't have a mask, if you don't have the gaps. So these are the standard guidelines we are doing out. The very simple, basic answer, what I can do that, the change has to be from me. And as a nurse, I should have my professional value to be upheld. If I can't uphold it, I cannot able to help myself and family and the community. And technology. Nowadays, without a YouTubes, without a mobile, without a things, there is no thing is. I think the people have to be given education about more about impact, what happens about it. More and more education, more impact, more training, more resilience, and behavioral changes are going to be following. And I believe it, Indonesia, where a lot of people are using a burqa, so already they have been having a mask already. So this is something like that. It is nothing new for that, especially for the one. And it is a common practice. We will be coming about it. I find
Okay. I think the internet connection is not good. Mr. Syed Ali, are you still with us?
All right, I'll leave it to you, Ms.
Okay. I think because of the limit of time, we are moving to the second question. Different question for Ms. Oi. Talk about the online learning system during pandemic. In Indonesia, we are supported by the government to make the online school efficient. So they top up our internet packages every month to facilitate us as a student. I'm just curious if in Malaysia, maybe you have the same kind of support from your government.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, very good questions. Yeah, the government also gave our students, every month, I think, certain amount of the data free given to them. And then those having connecting problem, they have to, at their own level, resort to their school or campus to help them out. And then certain campus open for, especially for those having connecting problem to come back to the campus. Yeah, and then they have some allowance also for the students in money. Yeah, 200 one off like that, or to help them in whatever problem they have. And then we also given some technology support in that sense, the software. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really cover the question.
Yeah, to cover.
Yeah, Mr. Syed, are you with us? You still have one question to be answered. Are you with us? Okay, next question. Good afternoon, my name is Vera Magdalena from Nursing Academy of Fatmawati, Jakarta. I'd like to ask to Miss Oi, as you explained earlier, there are many benefits that we can get from online learning. But for us, nursing students, we have to develop more of our skills, especially for laboratory practice. But by Zooming like now is less effective. How the teachers solve this problem? Thank you in advance.
Yeah, we have to, in not online, we will show either the YouTube, the procedure, or else we will videotape it and send to the student for them to replay, to focus at the composite skills. Yeah, the focus on the specific skills, how to do it, and then for the practical session, we still call them group by group, a group of 10 in sessions to the simulation work, to the simulation lab we have to let them practice. Yeah, that cannot be compromised. We still have to show them. We have to be hands-on, that one.
Yeah,
cannot be compromised. However, we try to put in some technique, theory-based first.
Okay, I think because the nursing is a hands-on profession,
yes, hands-on.
so we cannot eliminate
cannot compromise.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I think the time is up. Thank you for the time, Ms. Oi and Mr. Chef, and also all the participants for the good question and interactive discussion, even though only from the chat box. Okay, I think I will give I hand over the platform to Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Well, thank you to the moderator and all speakers in last session who have given us such wonderful material and insight about preparation of clinical practice for nursing students at emergency unit during pandemic COVID-19 and learning the teaching strategies for student nursing during pandemic COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let's give your appreciation by give emoticon reaction to all speakers. On behalf of committee, would like to thank for all our guest speakers in the second session. First, thank you for Professor Syed Ali Gulabjan, MSN PhD from MNR University, Telangana, India. Second, Oi Geok, MSN PhD, Malaysia from AIMS University, Malaysia. Thank you for the participation in this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda, which is oral presentation session. Kindly invite our moderator for oral presentation, Nurse Agustitra Dermawan MKep. Time is yours.
okay, I hope wonderful students will keep spirit until finish in this moment. My voice is clear? All? Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the Honorable Guest and the Excellency our guest star, first of all, let me say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this session, let me introduce myself. Material that will be delivered in the oral presentation are very interesting for us to work together. There are 5 manuscripts that have been reviewed by reviewers, among others. The first oral presentation will be delivered by Ms. Sinta Fresia MKep from Akademi Perawatan Rumah Sakit TNI Angkatan Udara, entitled of the effect of aerophysiological exercise in low pressure airspace on the blood pressure of a cross student in Lakespra Saryanto. The second oral presentation will be delivered by Ms. Sestramita Eskep from Akper Fatmawati in little of diet-induced gut microbiota, dysbiosis, and the effects on diabetes mellitus type 2. The third presentation will be delivered by Ms. Hinin Wasilah MS from Akper Fatmawati in title of symptom burden among patients with hemodialysis in Indonesia. The fourth presentation will be delivered by Ms. Karmaida Simanjuntak Eskep from Ukrida in title of the effectiveness of gene therapy on comfort in children with cerebral palsy, integrate literature review. The fifth presentation will be delivered by Ms. Sahrudi MKep from Sikas Abdin Santara, entitled of effect of age and education, level of relative with anxiety level to patient in examining nasopharyngeal swab test for COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, each oral presentation is given a maximum of 15 minutes to all presenters, and then followed by a question and answer session. Audience can ask through the chat room, but don't forget, please write down this question, refer to him, presenter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the first oral presentation opportunity, I invite Ms. Sinta Fresia MKep. She is a lecturer from Akper Rumah Sakit Pusat TNI Angkatan Udara. Her oral presentation is entitled of the effect of aerophysiological exercise in low pressure airspace on the blood pressure of a cross student RSP TNI Angkatan Udara in Lakespra Saryanto. Are you here with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Present.
Now, Ms. Sinta, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Permission to share my screen presentation by myself.
Okay.
This research was taken before pandemic COVID. Good afternoon before. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity given to present my research. I would like to introduce my name is Sinta Fresia, lecturer from Nursing Academy, Nursing Force Air Academy Jakarta. With permission to present my research with the title, The Effect of Aerophysiological Exercise in Low Pressure Air Chamber or Hyperbaric Chamber on the Blood Pressure of a Cross Student RSPT in the AU in Lakespa Saryanto, Jakarta. Introduction. Change in altitude and air pressure will result in a decrease oxygen saturation in the range of 4% until 6%, which can interfere with the body's physiological function and endanger. At an altitude of 8,000 feet, the inspired oxygen fraction is only 15%, so that oxygen saturation is only around 90 until 94%. Gas expansion occurs around 38% in the body cavity, resulting in a decrease in lung function. The effect of hypoxia at altitude can result in decrease in blood pressure. And had experienced a lack of oxygen in the blood, so the work of the head will increase blood to pump blood through the body, and blood vessel will decrease in pressure. Change the blood pressure and hypoxia are mutually increasing things. Based on this phenomenon, the research wants to analyze how big the difference in pressure is the effect of the low pressure air chamber or hyperbaric chamber on the blood pressure of students of the Indonesian Nursing Air Force Academy who carry out aerophysiology practice at Lakespa Saryanto, Jakarta. The purpose of the research was to analyze the difference in blood pressure among the Indonesian Nursing Air Force students who were practicing aviation health before and after entering the low pressure chamber or hyperbaric chamber. Methods. The research are used pre-experimental design with a one group pretest, post-test, and fire rate pretest analysis. In this design, there were as many observations as possible 2 times, namely before treatment and after treatment. The sample taken in study was 14 students. The research instrument used were observation sheet and tensimeter tools. Student blood pressure was measured before entering and after out from hyperbaric chamber. Data analysis was carried out using the SPS 19 program, normally test with separate data analysis using parity test. The ethical principle applied are informed consent, justice, and non-malafeation. Characteristics of respondent based on age who attended aerophysiology training in hyperbaric chamber at Lakespa Saryanto. The age 90 year, frequency R2, 20 year, frequency R9, 21 year, frequency R2, 22 year, frequency is 1. Characteristics of respondent based on gender who attended aerophysiology training in hyperbaric chamber at Lakespa. Female are the frequency are 12, male the frequency are 2. Characteristic of respondent based on systolic pressure before entering hyperbaric chamber at Lakespa. Systolic 1 and the frequency is 9 systolic and 4, and just the systolic frequency is 1. Characteristics of respondent based on systolic pressure after out from hyperbaric chamber at Lakespa. Systolic is 19.3, 1, 100 is 4, 110 4, systolic 120 is 1, systolic 130 is 2. Characteristic of respondent based on diastolic pressure before entering hypobaric chamber of Prasaryanto. Diastolic 60 is frequency is 1, diastolic frequency diastolic 70 frequency is 6, diastolic 80 the frequency are 7. Characteristic of respondent based on diastolic pressure after arc from hypobaric chamber of Prasaryanto. Diastolic 50 is 1, diastolic 60 is 5, diastolic 70 is 5, R5, diastolic 50 R5. Result, different in systolic pressure before and after entering the low pressure air chamber or hypobaric chamber. Systolic normally to low are 7, systolic normally to normal are 5, normally to high is 1. Result different in diastolic pressure before and after entering the low pressure air chamber or hypobaric chamber. Systolic normally to low are 4, normally to normal are 3, low to low are 6, low to normal is 1. Analyze the difference in systolic and diastolic pressure before entering and after out from hypobaric chamber at lacus plant. A presystolic until postsystolic, the mean is 7.857. Pre-diastolic until post-diastolic after, the mean is 6.429. Discussion. Altitude in flight, there are change in oxygen saturation, very dependent on adjusting the altitude. At altitude, there is a decrease at atmosphere air pressure which results in decrease in oxygen saturation as result which the oxygen saturation in tissue decrease. The result of the study indicate the influence of low pressure air chamber or hypobaric chamber on the blood pressure of nursing air force academic students who are taking aerophysiology training at lacus Prasaryanto. This research can be used as basic data in carrying out further research related to the influence of the low pressure air chamber or hypobaric chamber on other factors related to physiology in the body. Conclusion. The study has identified the characteristic of respondents from age, gender, different in systolic and diastolic blood pressure before entering the hypobaric chamber and after leaving the hypobaric chamber. Before and after entering the hypobaric chamber, there was a difference in systolic diastolic pressure. This research can be used as a reference for further research regarding the effect of on decreasing oxygen saturation and concentration levels. Thank you very much for my presentation. Back to moderator, Mr. Citra.
Well, thank Ms. Sinta Fresia and Sub. It is a very interesting and extraordinary presentation of the manuscript. Okay, the second oral presentation by Ms. Sastramita Eskap. She is from Akper Fatmawati. Her presentation is the title of the diet-induced gut microbiota, dysbiosis and the effect on diabetes mellitus type 2. Are you here with us, Ms. Sastramita?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you for your permission. I would like to start the share screen.
Okay, 15 minutes, it's yours.
15 minutes, okay, sir. Is it my slide already inside of the Zoom?
Not yet. Yes.
I think I need to close a few.
Okay.
My laptop still reading, I'm sorry.
Okay. Never mind, Miss. Okay.
Is it on already? The slide?
Not yet. I think next presentation. Okay. And still waiting Ms. Sramita Ridi. Let us continue to third oral presentation, which will be delivered by Ms. Hinin Wasila MS from Akbar Fatmawati, entitled of symptom burden among patients with hemodialysis in Indonesia. Ms. Hinin, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. My voice is clearly enough.
Clear.
Okay. I will start to share my screen.
Okay. 15 minutes is your time.
Okay, can you see my screen, Mr. Agus?
Yes, I
Okay.
see.
Thank you for letting me to present today. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nina Sila. Today I would like to present my research. The title is Multidimensional Symptom Burden Among Patients with Hemodialysis in Indonesia. So this is my research outline. I have introduction, methods, results, conclusion, implication, and references. I will start from the introduction. Here is my background. As we know that patients with chronic kidney disease have a lot of symptom burden such as fatigue, pain, sexual problem, itching, nausea, etc. And the symptom burden caused by uremia, characterized by the accumulation of toxins in the blood due to the decline of the kidney function. And symptom burden commonly causes negative experience related to physical, psychological, and emotional. And the number of symptom burden among patients with chronic kidney disease approximately range from 6 until 20. The previous study, okay, this is my significance. The previous study were identified symptom cluster using severity dimension. I mean, the previous study identified symptom burden using severity dimension only. Meanwhile, symptoms are better to understand if captured comprehensively. And the definition of comprehensive of symptoms is should be consist of the two symptom domain. It is physical and psychological domain, and four symptom dimension. Its occurrence dimension, frequency dimension, severity dimension, and distress dimension. And this is the definition of four symptom dimension. Occurrence means timing of symptom occur, and then frequency means the duration of persistent symptom in a long period, and severity means the intensity or the strength or amount of symptom experienced by patient. And the distress means the degree of patient burdened by symptoms to gain information how patient interpret the symptoms. So the previous study, a lot of previous study only identify symptom burden using the severity dimension only. Meanwhile, in my study, I would like to identify the symptom according to four dimensions. And the hemodialysis in the world is 5.3 until 10.5 million, and in Indonesia is about 52.8 until 77.8 thousand people from 2016 2017. So in the conclusion, due to the increasing number of patients with hemodialysis, both in the world and also in Indonesia, conduct study among this population with stated purposes are important. And this is my research purpose. I would like to identify clinical burden among patients with hemodialysis, and this is my method. The design of study, I use the cross-sectional descriptive study, and for the setting, it's conducted in hemodialysis unit, Fatmawati Hospital and Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital, which is referral hospital in Indonesia. So it is a big hospital and have up to 38 hemodialysis machines. And for the data collection time, it's conducted from July 2019 until January 2020. And for the sample size, I use the rule of thumb 10 observation per variable because in my instrument, I have 32 questions, so the number of size will be 320. And I have the inclusion criteria. The patient should be more than 18 years old and regularly receiving hemodialysis for more than 3 months. And for the exclusion criteria, the patient with cognitive impairment, psychiatric patient, and in critical condition will be excluded. And this is for the instrument. I have a demographic data form. It includes age, gender, education, marital status, duration of hemodialysis in months, comorbidities, employment status, and BMI. And for the second instrument, I have the symptom burden index, chronic kidney disease. This is the instrument to measure the symptom burden among patients with hemodialysis. It is identify symptoms during the previous 4 weeks and consists of 32 questions. It consists of physical and psychological symptoms, and for dimension such as occurrence, with the question for occurrence is yes or no question. And for the distress, severity, and frequency, the question will be ranged to none to very much, none to very severe, and never to constant with the score 0 to 10. So the total score, it will be summing from each dimension and then multiplying the result by constant number. In the end, after assess the symptom burden, I will have the total score range between 0 until 100. And 100 indicates the highest symptom burden possible. And because the instrument only available in English and Arabic version, I did the translation process using the different et al. Guidelines, and the translation process consists of forward translation, back translation, expert committee, and pretext. So in the translation process, I have the validity number. For item, validity number is 0.89, and for the cell, validity number is 0.60, and for the Cronbach alpha is 0.95, and we can conclude that the instrument is valid and reliable to use in my study. So this is the ethical consideration. I have informed consent, so I give the information clearly to the subject before I conduct to the data, and then I have autonomy, so the subject can decide whether they will join in the study or withdraw anytime. And for the third is anonymity. I use coding to analyze the data, and the fourth is beneficiation, so I protect the subjects from any harm. And the number 5 is just key. So I give the subjects same treatment from the researcher to the study. And this is the data collection procedure. I come to the ethical board in Fatmawati Hospital and Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital, and then I receive the IRB number. Meanwhile, it means that I allow to get the data from both hospital, and then I conducted the pilot study to 30 participants from outpatient building unit in Fatmawati Hospital. I check for the Cronbach alpha, and then I got the number is reliable, so I conduct the real study. In the real study, I recruited 2 nurses in hemodialysis unit as my research assistant and gave them training. And then after they understand, I communicate with the head nurse in hemodialysis unit. I made a list of subjects and scan for qualified subjects. And then I come to the hemodialysis unit based on the subject schedule, and then I gave the questionnaire to the subjects in their schedule of hemodialysis. One patient should have time around 20 minutes for fill the questionnaire, and then in the end of the data collection procedure, I collect all the questionnaire and check for the completeness of the questionnaire. So only complete questionnaire I use to analyze. And this is my data analysis. I use the SPSS version 17, and for the descriptive statistics, I use mean and standard deviation for all continuous data such as age, dialysis duration, and then for the categorical data such as gender, I use the frequency and percentage. So I will go to my results. First, I will share about the demographic data results, and the second, I will present about the result of description of symptom burden. And this is the demographic data. So in my study, I found that around 50% of the participants is male. And then for the BMI, the patient have normal BMI. And then for marital status, majority of the patients are married. And then for the education, most of the patient is graduated from senior high school. And for the work status, majority of the patient is unemployed. And then for the comorbidities, most of the patients have 1 until 2 comorbidities. And for the age, the mean of the age is about 51.50 years old. So the age of the patient is around 50 years old. And the duration of hemodialysis is about 46.28 months, or around 2 years. And this is for the description of symptom burden. So I present according to each dimension. First, I have occurrence dimension. I have 32 items in my questionnaire, but now I only present the 5 highest symptom burden among patients with hemodialysis. So in the occurrence dimension, I have the lack of energy as the highest symptom burden, and then dry skin, followed by muscle soreness like heaviness and dizziness and bone or joint pains. And for the severity dimension, I have the same with occurrence dimension. The number 1 is lack of energy. So most of the hemodialysis patients have lack of energy or fatigue, and then followed by difficulty becoming sexually aroused, decreased interest in sex, trouble falling asleep, and bone or joint pain. And for the distress dimension, the number 1 also lack of energy, followed by bone or joint pain, muscle soreness, trouble falling asleep, and decreased interest in sex. And the last one, from the frequency dimension, I have also lack of energy in number 1, and then followed by dry skin, decreased interest in sex, difficulty becoming sexually aroused, and trouble falling asleep. So according to the results, we can see here that the lack of energy consistently the high number in 4 dimensions. So I go to the discussion now. Okay, in the first data, the average age of the patient was 55.50 years old. This data related with the previous study from Indonesia conducted by Panel 2017, which mentioned that an average age of hemodialysis population in Indonesia was 53 years old. And the current study reported the majority of sample was male. It's also related with the data from the Indonesian Renal Registry in 2018, which reported that 50%, 50-70% of new hemodialysis patients in Indonesia are male, and the total 81.9% of hemodialysis patients in the current study were married, and this data related with the three previous studies from Almutari et al. 2016, SIM and Co 2018, and U et al. 2012. And for the hemodialysis duration, approximately are between 1 to 5 years. So only 30 population reach hemodialysis duration more than 5 years. And for the current study also reported that the majority of patients suffered from 1 until 2 comorbid disease, including hypertension and diabetes. Hypertension occurred in 51% of population. Meanwhile, diabetes occurred in 215 of population. This result similar with the data from IRL 2018, which reported that the highest comorbid diseases among hemodialysis patients in Indonesia are hypertension and diabetes. And for the education level, most of the hemodialysis patients in Indonesia have the senior high school level. And then for the employment status, most of the patient is unemployed due to their illness. And then two studies reported the similar issues. It is from Lee and John 2015 and Sim and Co 2018. And 63.4% of population in the study conducted by Sim and Co were unemployed due to their illness. And this is, I will talk the conclusion in the description of multidimensional symptom burden. So current study, I list the 5 highest symptom burden in each dimension. And we can see in my PPT that lack of energy was consistently found as the highest symptom burden in 4 dimensions. It is similar with the previous research from Almutari et al. 2016. So most of the patients have fatigue, and fatigue or lack of energy may caused by many factors such as inadequate hemodialysis treatment, demographic characteristics, psychosocial problems, physiological factor, and low sleep quality. And this is the implication of the current study. So for the clinical, I hope that it will be increased understanding of healthcare providers about multidimensional of symptom burden among patients with hemodialysis. It's not only severity dimension, but healthcare dimension. And I hope it can help healthcare providers to develop management of symptoms in the future. And for the education, I hope my study can increase the literature about multidimensional of symptom burden. And for the future research, I hope this study can use as evidence-based to identify more studies about symptom burden among patients with hemodialysis. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I will stop my screen and okay, Mr. Agus.
Okay.
I think.
Thank you, Ms. Sinin. Good and full presentation.
Thank you.
I hope you're still in your room.
Gini.
Well, back to Ms. Ises. Are you here with us, Ms. Ises? Ms. Ises?
Membuat action.
Diseases.
Beres ya? Ya udah MC sekarang.
Okay, still this is a speaker. Let us continue to for oral presentation, which will be delivered by.
Hello, sorry,
Okay,
Pak Citra, I'm sorry
Okay.
for delay.
Sip.
Somebody can help me to present my
Okay.
presentation, please? Okay, clear. Thank you very much for the committee, Pak Citra, and all the committee. Today I try to sharing about a little bit about diet and use of microbiota dysbiosis and the effect on the type 2 diabetes. Next. And this is about how the world is affected by diabetes mellitus. The increasing numbers is already 51% and almost in. Sorry, is it already slide presentation or not? Is it already in slide presentation?
Okay.
Okay, there is a number. There is a very big, I think it's a huge number. It's become increasing. It's around currently around 2019. The number is 460 million, 63 millions. It will be increasing 50%. And later on in 2045, later on become 700 million. There is a number, huge number. There is, we need to focus not only with the COVID, but diabetes is one of the big problem later on. Next. And how about in, next please, next slide. And how about Indonesia? We are very good in, actually as like informed before, we are Asian, have a good lifestyle actually, but sedentary lifestyle make us become very big number in diabetes, and it's put us in a number 4 countries that affected with the highest numbers patient or everyone that having the diabetes. It's number 4 in this world. So we need to notice it. We need to learn about how it can be and how to manage it later on, because many persons in our country will be affected. Next. So what I'm doing is I do some little review in this March, in this 2020, and I try to find out about the intestinal microbiota or gut microbiota and related it with nutrition. So in our gut, in our intestine, actually, we able to identify, no, the physician, the researcher able to identify the sun microbiota that able work together in our body. That is, they need to transfer the vitamin, exchange the our intake to able to absorb and the person take the high protein diet, so we'll be increasing insulin resistance within 2 years. So if they are continues to do that one, will be increasing numbers. So then the next in 2020 and 2015, the numbers in JAKARTA et al. Identify 1,060 metabolic syndrome patient and respondent and compare with the healthy one. So they given two type. They give two type of the diet. The one with the low saturated fat diet and low energy, and the other one with the lifestyle intervention. And the result is there is a ratio within the good and bad microbiota is different when you are having the good intervention with the good healthy diet and not good healthy diet, especially with the low fat and high fat diet. And then in 2015, Medina Ferra et al. Identified 81 patient with the type 2, which given with into two groups. They divided into two groups with high fiber and without high fiber, and one is taking placebo. There is different. Yeah, after they having health and diet differently, primary outcome is when they're having a good diet protein, there will be effect for their fecal metabolism. So what we eat, what we are. So what is shown here. So Gebser et al. Find you in 2018.
1 minute again.
Okay, sorry, sir. 18 numbers, yes, from the obese is taking two type of the diabetes, two type of the high fat diet. It will be increasing interleukin 6. That means increasing the immune system, lowering our immune system. And Pangipura et al. 2020 identified 41851 participants, and they found it in 7 years that there will be increasing number is diabetes if there are risk of incident. Next. Okay, so actually we need to further study, but there is correlation with microbiota and insulin resistance. Next. So this is my reference. I hope I can be there with you. This is what I can present, and I hope it can be useful for us, especially me. Thank you very much. Sir, I'm finished, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ms. Ises. Good presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to the fourth oral presentation, which will be delivered by Ms. Permaida Simanjuntak SKEP. She is a lecturer from UFRIDA with the title, The Effectiveness of Dance Therapy on Comfort in Children with Cerebral Palsy, Integrated Literature Review. Ms. Permaida, are you with us here? Okay, unmute your microphone. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
time
you,
is yours.
Mr. Citra.
Okay, time is yours. 15
Okay.
minutes.
How minutes?
50 minutes.
Okay, I will share my manuscript now. You can see Mr. Citra?
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I will present our manuscript about the effectiveness of dance therapy on comfort in children with cerebral palsy, integrated literature review. With me, I'm Permaida, and in the study, I'm with Mrs. Melona Verawati Zendrato from Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, UFRIDA, Jakarta. Table of content our manuscript, we have introduction, method, result, discussion, conclusion, study limitation, and conflict of interest. So let's start to introduction. Our background for this manuscript, because we want to explore the provision of non-pharmacological dance therapy for comfort in children with cerebral palsy by looking at references from various activities in the field of research to assess its effectiveness. We want to see the comfort of children with cerebral palsy regarding the given therapy. We want to see what kind of the cerebral palsy child with motor disorder this dance therapy can provide. And we want to see the side effect that children with cerebral palsy feel after being given dance therapy. Method, we use our manuscript integrated literature review. Database, we use Frontiers, SagePub, PubMed, and CBI, and ResearchGate. Literature screening, we have inclusion and exclusion criteria. We use PICO and CISP. For methods, we have a two-question PICO. One, is the provision of dance therapy effective in providing comfort to children with cerebral palsy? Two, does dance therapy have an impact on decreasing comfort in children with cerebral palsy? So we have the key terms for population, intervention, comparison, and outcome. For key term for population, we use the children with cerebral palsy. For intervention, we use a dance therapy. For comparison, we use a safety standard. Outcome, we use a comfort. So we use the alternative term 2 for population, cerebral palsy spastic or brain injury in child or stroke in children. For intervention, we use a dancing or dance movement or ballet. For comparison, we not use alternative key terms. For outcome, we use a comfortable or happy or pain. This is a table explained about journal strategy. 1 for population, 2 for the intervention, 3 for comparison, 4 for outcome. This our literature screening. All total article we get it 454 article. We're screening have a duplicate journal. We get 166. So include not duplicate only 268. After that we entry exclusion data by year. We get 197 article. So the examination by year only 71. After that we entry to exclusion data about parents or caregiver of children with cerebral palsy. We get 48 article. Inclusion data only 23. And the inclusion, the end of the entry exclusion data about abstract, discussion paper, and conference, we get 16 articles. So we get only 7 articles, the original article reset with our inclusion. Our result, dance therapy, after being given the therapy for 1 month, showed that the intervention less stressful. Dance therapy can be promoted in improving the functionality and social activity of physical-social aspect of young subject with cerebral palsy. There was decrease in emotional and behavioral problems. Anxiety or depression decreased. Children feel comfortable ambulation when they given this therapy. Dance therapy did not show somatic complaints such as abdominal pain, headache, and muscle pain. Children with cerebral palsy felt easy and felt comfortable. Dance therapy is appropriate for the adolescents with the cerebral palsy because it can improve body image in this adolescent. Dance therapy decrease in antisocial attitude and lying as stated by the question given during post-therapy. The child felt happy. Our discussion in our manuscript, we have a CISP or Critical Appraisal Skill Program. It is stated that its research is in the proper and a good category to be used as reference material. Instrument in previous research, have the physiological and emotional instrument. Gross motor function classification level, dance therapy can be followed by children with GMFC level 1 to 5. Modification of dance therapy, not only increasing the comfort from a physical and emotional aspect, but also increasing the child interaction with the surrounding environment. Timing of therapy, the result of empirical review of the journal show giving dance therapy at least one per week for 60 minutes. Adherence and interest in the therapy, the 7 published studies found that all respondents and participants like this therapy. The percentage of attendance when the therapy was given 98%. Our conclusion for our manuscript, dance therapy is an inexpensive and easy and a self-care procedure. This therapy can be the right choice when the child is undergoing medical rehabilitation treatment. We must remember, given the current pandemic, of course, there are a restriction on visit to hospital. And of course, it can be an education and training for parents of children with cerebral palsy in providing this therapy. Conflict of interest. There is no any conflict of interest in the study. Study limitation, we have a few that fit the inclusion criteria, and more database are needed to be used in order to obtain more reading sources so as to enrich the discussion of article. And the last sentence is, let's dance with us, dance make us healthy. Thank you. And these our references. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chitra.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Permeda Simanjuntak, for the useful presentation. Okay. All audience, the last oral presentation. The next presentation will be delivered by Ms. Sahrudi Mkep, SPKMB. He is a lecturer from Stikas Abni Nusantara with the title of Effect of Age and Education on relative with anxiety level to patients in examining nasopharyngeal swab test for COVID-19. Mr. Rudi, are you hearing us?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agus Citra, for the opportunity given to me.
It's time
I will.
Yours. Minutes, Mr. Rudi.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and best wishes for all. Before I presentation, I will introduce myself. Okay. My name is Sahrudi. I'm a nursing lecturer from Stikas Abni Nusantara, Jakarta. I will present our research about effect, age, and education level related anxiety level to patients in examining nasopharyngeal swab test for COVID-19. There are several points that I will present in relation to our research. The first introduction, purpose of study, method, result, and then the last conclusion. As we all know, together from speaker related to COVID-19 has been discussed. I think from Umakantan et al. 2020 that COVID-19 has become global health threat to very rapid spread. We also know that COVID-19 pandemic start in the city of Wuhan in China. This one, data from WHO on 6 April 2021, globally 131 million more confirmed cases of COVID-19 and as many 2 million more cases of death. In Indonesia, there were 1 million more confirmed cases and 41,000 more cases of death. A study conducted by Wong et al., 138 hospital patients with pneumonia infected with COVID-19 saw that the average age 56 years. Meanwhile, the dominant gender is men, 75 or 54.3%. Meanwhile, women, 63 or 45.7%. This is according from China Center for Disease and China Center for Disease Control, or CCDC, that the elderly especially have a previous health problem, have comorbid such as asthma, diabetes, or heart disease. The mortality rate to COVID-19 is high. This is one type examination that is carried out both in patient with symptom and without a symptom, that is swab is carried out. Patient undergoing the suffering swab procedure often feel anxiety. That level of anxiety for each patient is certainly different. This is due to several factors including age. This is according Virus et al. This one, purpose of study, determine age and level education. The patient anxiety will undergo the nasopharyngeal swab for detection of COVID-19. Method, design of this study is descriptive analytic with cross-sectional approach, which conduct at Sunter Bumame Pharmacy Clinic in March 2021. Population in this study, all patients. PCR swab examination, the sampling technique used accidental technique approach, as many 404 respondents. The instrument used patient anxiety level using Hamilton Anxiety Rating Scale or HARS. The statistic test used chi-square test. This one univariate analysis result based on the table show that most of the respondent is 26 until 35 years, as many 158 or 39.1%. Based on the table 2 of the education level, show that most of the respondents have higher education, many 374 or 92.6% respondent. So that most respondents severely anxiety, 302 or 74.8% of respondents. Based on the table 4, effect as with anxiety patient level, about swab test show that the result of bivariate analysis, p-value of 0.002, it can be concluded there is an effect between age and anxiety level of patient about swab test. Based on table 5, the effect between education and anxiety level patient regarding the swab test show that the result bivariate analysis, p-value of 0.038, it can be concluded that effect between education level and anxiety patient regarding the swab test. Based on Fan et al., anxiety refer to overstimulation, a person's ability to encounter with a problem. From Pires et al., in carrying out a swab test examination, many patients have anxiety swab procedure and also patient anxiety about the coronavirus itself. Patient knowledge to swab test is required, providing education regarding self-test examination can certainly be a recommendation for further research. This is my reference. Well, that's my explanation. Thank you. Back to Mr. Agus Citra as moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, Mr. Agus Citra. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Agus Citra. Back to Mr. Agus Citra as moderator. Okay, Mr. Agus Citra.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Rudi, for your beautiful presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for discussion. You can give a lot of questions for all presentation, all presenters. Please write in chat room. Wonderful student, where are you? You can ask to all presenters. Okay. So you are writing a question from student. If no question, well, ladies and gentlemen, the 5 oral presentation session have been completed. I'm very impressed to all presenters in this oral presentation. The result of research and literature review will be very useful, not only for researchers, but also very useful for related agency and society at large. Therefore, never forget broad ongoing research with a variety of research subjects. As the moderator in the oral presentation session, I would like to apologize if there are errors in regarding the oral presentation process. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave the next event to the Master of Ceremony. Please, Ms. Dia. Ms. Dia. Finish.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we will announce that there are 5 audience and participants who will get a door prize because they participate in this international nursing webinar and conference. Congratulations to first, Randy Fernando Pratama, nursing student from Stikes Abdi Nusantara. Two, Faustina Kewawara, nursing student from Universitas Kristen Krida Wacana. 3, Vera Magdalena, nursing student from Akbar Fatmawati. 4, Aprilia, nursing student from Vocational Faculty, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. 5, Ajeng Lestari from Bina Insan Nursing Academy. Good luck for all of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our series of webinar and conference have been complete. On behalf of the committee, want to apologize for all the mistakes and disturbance during this conference. Well, we would like to thank for all participants, presenters, and speakers in this webinar and conference. All the committee also would like to thank the Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia for providing building facilities to support this webinar and conference. Okay, again, thank you for all of us. See you again in the next conference. Keep on fight and then stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kota Bekasi adalah megapolitannya Jabodetabek, kota kecil yang dipadati penduduk dan salah satu pusat kemacetan. Dengan sejuta aktivitas dan kesibukan penduduk, menjadikan Kota Bekasi sebagai kota infrastruktur di tahun 2016 hingga sekarang. Kini, Kota Patriot berkembang dengan pesat dan memiliki banyak fasilitas yang memadai. Kota Bekasi menjadi salah satu kota dengan masyarakat yang majemuk, tempat bersatu padu rakyat Indonesia dengan aneka ragam suku budaya, agama, dan telah menjadi salah satu kota saksi sejarah kemerdekaan Indonesia. Tak terkecuali sejarah Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Abdi Nusantara, Jakarta. Stikes Abdi Nusantara, Jakarta adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi di bidang kesehatan yang memiliki moto mendidik dengan hati, terdepan menjawab tantangan, melahirkan generasi yang unggul dan mampu bersaing dalam dunia global yang mampu memahami perkembangan ilmu dunia kesehatan. Berawal dari Akademi Keperawatan Abdi Nusantara pada tahun 1996, Akper Abdi Nusantara berkomitmen menciptakan lulusan masa depan yang kompeten. Cita-cita ini diwujudkan dengan terus menunjukkan perkembangan yang signifikan. Berbekal semangat percaya diri yang tinggi, pada tahun 2003, nama Akademi Keperawatan Abdi Nusantara berubah menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Abdi Nusantara, Jakarta, dan menambah program studi S1 Keperawatan pada tahun 2008. Berselang 2 tahun berikutnya, yaitu pada tahun 2010, Stikes Abdi Nusantara membuka program studi baru, yaitu Diploma 3 Kebidanan. Pada tahun 2014, Stikes Abdi Nusantara kembali membuka program studi baru, yaitu program Profesi Nurse. Dan pada tahun 2018, Stikes Abdi Nusantara membuka program studi S1 Kebidanan dan Profesi Bidan. Untuk menunjang seluruh proses tridharma perguruan tinggi, Stikes Abdi Nusantara memiliki fasilitas yang memadai, laboratorium yang lengkap, ruang kelas yang nyaman, dan fasilitas lain yang menunjang proses pembelajaran akademik maupun non-akademik. Dengan dosen yang kompeten dan sistem yang mutakhir, Stikes Abdi Nusantara, Jakarta tidak hanya memberikan ilmu pengetahuan bagi mahasiswa, namun juga pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Di sini, kami ditempa menjadi mahasiswa yang kompeten, entrepreneur, berjiwa leadership, kreatif dan inovatif agar mampu menghadapi dunia yang luas tanpa batas.
Jangan pernah bedakan kampus swasta dengan negeri. Masalahkan kampus bilang kamu tidak bisa.
Jangan kamu terletak pada diri kamu sendiri.
Hanya akan terjadi saat kau berhenti mencoba.
Jangan pernah katakan sesuatu itu mustahil jika kamu belum pernah mencobanya.
Mahasiswa Stikes Abdi Nusantara, bantu berkarya.
Selamat datang di Keperawatan Ukrida, Global Nurses with Compassionate Care. Begitulah slogan dari Keperawatan Ukrida, yang artinya, Keperawatan Ukrida siap untuk mengisi kebutuhan akan tenaga perawat dan memiliki karakter sebagai penolong atau malaikat untuk para pasien. Jadi, Keperawatan Ukrida cocok nih buat kalian yang berjiwa sosial tinggi. Didukung dengan fasilitas yang lengkap, selain itu, kalian akan dididik menjadi perawat-perawat yang kompeten dan siap bersaing secara global. Keperawatan Ukrida juga sering mengadakan kegiatan kemahasiswaan. Menarik kan keperawatan Ukrida? Yuk gabung bersama kami di Keperawatan Ukrida.
Kami menyadari sepenuhnya bahwa dunia sudah berubah, Indonesia pun sudah berubah, dan oleh karenanya UKI pun harus berubah. Untuk itu kita mempersiapkan diri untuk menjadi universitas berskala internasional. Transformasi sudah dilakukan, perbaikan-perbaikan pun juga sudah dilakukan. Sekarang UKI dengan dukungan teknologi tinggi menjadi suatu universitas yang unggul khususnya di bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi, yaitu pembelajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Saya berkeyakinan dan mengimani bahwa UKI menjadi UKI yang hebat. UKI hebat!
Akademi Keperawatan Rumah Sakit Pusat TNI Angkatan Udara atau disebut Akper RSP TNI AU yang berada di Jalan Merpati nomor 2 Lanud Halim Perdana Kusuma, Jakarta, berdiri tahun 2001. Awal berdirinya Akper RSP TNI AU berada dalam pembinaan Departemen Kesehatan Republik Indonesia, tetapi sejak tahun 2005 berada dalam pembinaan Departemen Pendidikan Nasional. Berdasarkan Keputusan Menteri Pendidikan Nasional Nomor 180-0-2005 tanggal 22 Desember tahun 2005, pengalihan penyelenggaraan dari RSPAU Dr. Esnawan Antariksa kepada Yayasan Adi Upaya atau YASAUP dilaksanakan berdasarkan Surat Keputusan Kasau Nomor SKEP /377/11/2006. Akper RSP TNI Angkatan Udara berdasarkan Surat Keputusan Lanpetekes telah melaksanakan akreditasi dengan peringkat B, guna menjamin mutu penyelenggaraan yang berkesinambungan. Meningkatnya kebutuhan masyarakat dan pelayanan yang bermutu dan perkembangan teknologi kesehatan di tatanan pelayanan kesehatan, serta dibutuhkannya sumber daya manusia yang profesional, khususnya lulusan perawat, agar dapat bersaing di pasar kerja global. Untuk itu, berbagai peningkatan program studi selalu diupayakan dan dilaksanakan Akper RSP TNI AU, seperti melakukan peninjauan kurikulum, meningkatkan kompetensi dosen baik kuantitas maupun kualitas, menambah dan mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana pembelajaran, membangun jejaring dengan berbagai pihak, baik pemerintah maupun lembaga swasta, guna terwujudnya peningkatan penyelenggaraan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat atau Tridharma Pendidikan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Selamat datang di Akademi Keperawatan RSP TNI AU. Akademi Keperawatan RSP TNI AU atau dipanggil Akper RSP TNI AU merupakan salah satu dari 6 perguruan tinggi swasta di bawah binaan YASAUP yang pembinanya adalah Kepala Staf Angkatan Udara. Akper RSP TNI AU mempunyai visi menjadikan perawat profesional di bidang keperawatan serta unggul dalam melaksanakan asuhan keperawatan, kesehatan penerbangan, dan pengungsian medik udara. Adapun keunggulan dan ciri khas daripada Akper RSP TNI AU adalah kesehatan penerbangan dan pengungsian medik udara, baik dalam masa normal maupun bencana. Untuk mewujudkan keunggulan tersebut, kami kerjasama dengan Lembaga Kesehatan Penerbangan Ruang Angkasa atau LAKESRA dan Himpunan Perawat Udara Indonesia atau HIPRUDI.
Kekuatan yang dimiliki oleh Akper RSP TNI AU saat ini adalah antara lain berada dalam naungan Yayasan Adi Upaya, memiliki dosen berpendidikan minimal S2 atau spesialis sesuai rasio dosen yang ditetapkan Standar Nasional Pendidikan Tinggi, memiliki rumah sakit sendiri, dan bekerja sama dengan lahan praktek lain untuk melaksanakan kegiatan praktek mahasiswa selama proses pendidikan. Akper RSP TNI AU telah menghasilkan lulusan sesuai kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan, khususnya di Rumah Sakit TNI Angkatan Udara sendiri, yaitu sebagai perawat profesional yang unggul dalam melaksanakan asuhan keperawatan kesehatan penerbangan dan pengungsian medik udara.
Mari bergabung dengan Akper RSP TNI AU.
Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya.
Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya.
Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya. Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya.
Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya. Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya. Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya. Keperawatan mantap, Akper RSP TNI AU Jaya.
Thank you.